Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to a Sunday morning, afternoon, evening situation. Um, Apologies in advance. I had like 3 hours of sleep last night, so I'm in a perfect mood for a fiasco. Let's introduce ourselves first and talk maybe a little bit, just like the briefest about your character concept, just so we start to kind of be able to associate the faces and names with an idea. Uh, because Katie hasn't played with us before, I'm going to pick on you first.
Oh no.
So, hey, Katie, who are you and where can people find you? And what's up with Laura?
Um, my name is Katie. I can be found at Katie1W22. Laura is a corrupt politician who is very, very money driven, and she's getting close to the end of her term. Should I say what she wants now or keep that secret?
It's up to you. And any of this can change. So, but you can certainly share what you think her motivation is.
Okay, I would say her biggest motivation is to get like the last great big deal before she's out of office because she wants a lot of money.
Cool. I mean, that's perfect. Yeah, Batty.
Hi, I'm the Backwin, or Backwin. I stream on Twitch, which is being cut down quite a bit because I have other things going on, and gonna do more TTRPGs, which are fun. Because Zero always has something different he's drinking out of, which is the highlight of all of these for me. See, I've never seen that glass before in my life. I play Sam. Sam is a sharp-dressed person. He has come to the Brimstone because he likes it here, and they serve a very nice scotch on the rocks.
Yes, very peaty. Hey, Sin.
Hi. Uh, I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream occasionally. I don't know when, but I do. Yeah. My character is named Juliet, and she's a corrupt cop. So, if there was ever a situation with like the good cop, bad cop kind of thing, she's always the bad cop. She's not afraid to, do things that are questionable, questionably legal, possibly, probably illegal, even though she's a cop. And she has an unhealthy relationship with alcohol, more specifically, vodka. Yeah, Misha.
Yes, vodka, obviously. I am Misha, Misha _less than 3 on Twitch. You can find me on Twitter at Misha Weha. I'm going to be playing Ethel. Whom I haven't exactly decided her whole character, but that's fine. We'll figure that out. But I'm generally thinking her fashion's just a few years out of date, but generally she's well kept. She has short hair, is known for her gambling and coming up with get rich quick schemes that usually don't work out because she's back here at the bar. So.
Cool. Oh, I have to introduce myself. I'm so used to being the GM. There's no GM in this one, by the way. So I'm a player, but I'll facilitate some of the stuff. So I am Zero Delight or Michael, ordinarily, Admiral Zero or System Lord or whatever the system requires me to be. However, I am a player in this one because this is a hack of or inspired by Fiasco, which is a really cool, very, very RP heavy, narrative driven, collaborative. It's the collaborative storytelling game as much as it's a TTRPG, right? So go ahead.
Zero, quick time out here. I think you have an echo on your voice, so maybe someone's OBS has a sound still on.
Nope, it was my fault.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's that 3 hours of sleep and just building the overlay. I neglected to turn my camera mic off. Thanks. So, in case all that was unintelligible, I am Zero or Michael or whatever, and I am playing someone that everyone nicknames Mr. Scratch, who is a kind of, indeterminate age, very kind of nice, helpful, avuncular employee of the Brimstone who, gets people things that they need, and, the type of person that people talk to and that, that listens, not exactly a bartender, but, occasionally tend bar and pick things up and balance the books and just kind of, run the place in the absence of the actual owner. I was saying that Fiasco is a GM-less system that I have further hacked to remove some of the complexity and make it easier to run in the format that we run, since we aren't at a table together and can't share dice. So we have the basics of character. So a name, a concept. Can you mute if you're not talking, if you're typing? Because we can hear it coming through. Cool. So we have the basics of character. Like, we have a little bit about what the Brimstone is. The Brimstone is a bar. It is a place where people, often down and out people, desperate people, people who are yearning for something, some dream of the future or some nostalgia for the past, come because there are rumors that you can make deals and make connections or otherwise advance your dreams somehow by being connected to the Brimstone. That's about all we know. So we are going to figure out how our characters are connected to each other. We're going to figure out and finalize what it is that our characters need. And then we'll talk about, and we'll populate the Brimstone, which right now is just a name and a concept. We'll populate it with some things and some places and, maybe some other important NPCs that might show up in the story later. So this time, I will be nice and not pick on Katie first. So Misha, let's do clockwise first. So what is Ethel's relationship to Mr. Scratch? So do they know each other? If so, how? How have they interacted in the past? What are the mutual feelings? That kind of stuff.
I think that they know each other because Ethel is a regular at the bar.
Okay.
And to be honest, they probably all are regulars at the bar. But I also feel that maybe Ethel and Mr. Scratch have a ongoing a bridge game that they keep playing and betting on. So they'll come in and get the drinks, and then they'll sit down for a game of bridge when everything's slow, and definitely have some sort of very long running total that they'll definitely pay out at some point.
Yes.
So I would assume just like a friendly general kind of
Yeah.
hanging out.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I'm sure. I mean, the fact that he enables your gambling problem doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Cool. All right. So, how does Mr. Scratch know Laura?
So I was thinking.
Oh no, it's my turn.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
we're going
sorry.
around. I get to define it for you, and then you get to figure out Sam, and we'll go around, and then we're switching it.
Oh.
So you get
Gotcha.
so anything that I do that is underhanded, you can pay me back.
Okay.
So I think Laura is related to someone that Mr. Scratch is very interested in. Like maybe someone who worked at the Brimstone, but maybe they left or disappeared. And he's very, very interested in their whereabouts and potentially getting them back, just out of, common courtesy and concern for his fellow man. But there's something, and maybe Laura doesn't know it, but there's something in the prior history of her family member or very close friend that doesn't seem right. So maybe Laura is a little suspicious.
Okay.
So Laura, how are you connected to Sam?
I'm sorry, I was reading back through. Sam, what is your job again, or do we know? Oh, okay. Well, I guess Laura is comes to the Brimstone to do a lot of her like kind of shady business deals and meeting up out of the eye of most people. So I guess Sam also most likely being a regular here and being a sharp dresser, Laura would have struck up conversation, kind of just general curiosity. So I guess acquaintances.
Okay. Have you done business before? Or are you just like, I see this guy and he seems to have some...
I think Laura would like to do business once she learns more about him. She's always looking for ways to make money and new connections. So
So Sam is a potential mark, is what you're saying.
mhm.
Got it. Cool. Yo, Sam, how are you connected to Juliet?
Well, she may have planted some things on me. She's not a very nice person. I don't know why she's here. She shouldn't be. She should be out doing her thing. I just want a drink, left in peace. Ruin of my life is partially her fault. She'll pay for it.
Love it. Perfect. Perfect. So, Juliet, what's up with you and Ethel? Seems like an unlikely connection.
Yeah. Seen them around at the bar. Probably got a few drinks together. And you know, probably get some nice information from Ethel and like just slips Ethel some, money to get some information on things that may or may not be super legal. Yeah.
They may not be super legal, but they might be supernatural. Awesome. So cool. Let's reverse order. Now that we have a little bit more context, this is your chance to kind of redefine that connection. So Ethel.
Yeah. So I'm an informant for Juliet, obviously, for the crimes I know about. Some of them are real, a lot of them are fake, but I give a lot of tips either way. And I think this relationship started because Juliet found like the illegal poker ring I was running and shut it down, but I avoided arrest because I definitely bribed Juliet with a lot of the proceeds from such thing. So it's sort of a relationship where I'm earning some money, but also a relationship I'm like, man, that was my ticket out of here. I was going to make so much money off of my gambling ring, and she ruined it. So it's probably just a little like I'm friends, but secretly like annoyed that Juliet is still hanging around.
Yeah. Yeah. Love it. So Juliet, tell us more about your connection with Sam.
Yeah, he's a shady folk guy. Definitely drank him under the table a few times, then just, plant a little something on him, arrest him. Deal. It's fine. It's all good.
And did you just do that because you could, or did you have a motivation?
Just because I could.
Okay.
Writes things.
All right. At least you're honest.
Kind of shady.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Sam, what about Laura? Tell us more.
Laura's kind of a newer face in here. She has come to me for things. I really don't know what she is trying to get, nor do I really care. But It's fun to lead people on every now and then. You know, she does nothing for me, so why would I do anything back?
Cool. And Laura,
Hello.
what's up? Why would you like ever want to talk to just a lowly bartender and bar manager like Mr. Scratch? Given that you're so important and, you know, powerful.
Laura would definitely do it to keep up appearances, and also kind of, I was thinking maybe the person you're looking for, Laura, paid to have them go somewhere else and kind of kept out of, you know, wherever the city is located and out of the picture. And she's keeping an eye on Mr. Scratch to make sure he's not getting too close
Ah,
to the truth.
I like it. Ethel. I think that, like most people that others seek out to share their woes with and tell their secrets to, I think Mr. Scratch appreciates having someone that he can unwind with. And has found that it's relatively easy to manage the relationship with Ethel because it's a matter of whether she wins or loses. So like when he doesn't have time, she loses. And when he needs some time to chat or just to unwind, she wins. I mean, not actually win in the big, but wins enough that it feels like a win. Cool. So write down in your clockwise and counter, if you haven't already, write down in your clockwise and counterclockwise relationships, those little notes so we don't forget. Now, let's talk about needs. I'm going to pick randomly and we'll go clockwise. Backwin. We don't know much about Sam and like what he's up to. So like, what is his need? What's his drive? Why is he either what drives him to be present this one night at the Brimstone, or what drives him in the big that really informs how he shows up in the scenes? You are mute.
I'm professional. Yeah. So Sam normally comes here to grab a drink or two. Tonight he is here because he's heard there's a decent act at the at the stage, and he's looking to possibly weasel his way into becoming their songwriter. As it is one of his passions.
Yes. Excellent. All right, so note that down. And we can think about what that means in the big. Hey, Juliet. What does Juliet need? Other than just random opportunities to infringe on people's constitutional rights for her own enjoyment.
She needs a vacation, you know. Being a cop is hard work, you know, fighting them baddies and stuff. You know, there's just hard work. She just needs some time and like a day where she can just like drink all her worries away.
So she comes here for to unwind and light framing of innocent people for things they didn't do. Cool.
Yep.
Blowing off steam. That's a perfect fine. By the way, your motivation could be I came in to use the telephone. It doesn't have to be grand. Or it could be I'm about to meet the love of my life or break off alone. I mean, it could be anything on that scale. So, Ethel, what do you need?
On the big level, she needs her independence. She is an independent woman that don't need no man. And that certainly wasn't informed by any traumatic relationships earlier in her life. So really, she just needs a lot of money so she can live independently wealthy. Okay. And gambling is definitely the best way to do that.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Mr. Scratch just has this strong need to understand what makes people tick and to help them. He loves helping people get what they want. It's almost like it's his mission in life is to help people get exactly what they want and deserve. Because the universe isn't fair. There's all sorts of, situations where people, it's almost like fate is out of whack. And he just every little way that he can in his own little small way, just, help move things forward, get people closer to the way they need to be. Really makes him feel like he's doing more than just being a bar manager. Cool. Laura. What does Laura need?
Laura needs money and to keep an eye on Mr. Scratch. Make sure he's not finding out anything he shouldn't be.
Okay. Yeah. Why would he know things? Unless it's what you want. Then,
Well, yeah, he can know things, just not about this chick I've hidden away.
Oh, okay. So we decided that it's a female.
Yes.
Do we know if it's like a family member or... Well, put a pin in that. Let's start populating the setting. And maybe we start with a people from you so we can identify this NPC that connects our characters.
Yes.
So who do we think this person is?
I'm gonna say it's an old family friend of Mr. Scratch's who used to work at the Brimstone, but then suddenly got a job offer elsewhere and no one's really heard from her since.
And what is her name?
Emily.
Emily. Yes. Cool. I'm going to popcorn at this time. Ethel, what is an important location, so like a stage set, within the Brimstone, an object that may not have intrinsic monetary value, but is important somehow, or another NPC that will either be present in scenes or is kind of critical to the context or connections between characters?
Well, let's just go with an NPC because I know we're going to need that band that Sam wants to join in. So we'll need the lead singer probably. That'd be a good one.
Yes.
I don't know. It's probably jazz because this is where we are.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of the back ones. I hate this. Probably one of the hip and up and coming performers. Let's call the lead singer Johnny.
Okay.
That's a nice name.
Excellent. Is Johnny like a innocent kid, up and comer, no representation, just ripe for the picking? Or is Johnny more like established?
I think he's probably a little more established.
Okay.
Not like super big, like he's big in this area, but they're thinking about heading out on a tour, right?
Okay. Cool. So career is growing, maybe?
Yeah. Career is growing.
Love it. Laura. We already did that. Juliet, sorry. 3 hours sleep. Juliet. Location, object, or person?
Would the bar be a location?
Well, the overall bar is a location, but you can set like a specific scene location. And then like help to describe like what stands out about it.
Like the bar counter of
Okay.
the bar?
Okay.
That
Yep.
area.
And tell us about what that looks like, or is there anything unusual or noteworthy about it?
It has a shiny, kind of, I don't know, mahogany countertop to it. It's a very nice wood, bottom bit area. And, definitely questionably, red, marinara sauce stains. That's not marinara sauce.
Mm-hmm.
On the like possibly countertop, but like underneath, most definitely. Yeah, Juliet's busted a few unruly guests at that bar because some got a little too unhappy that she was able to drink them under the table.
Okay. So you come here to frame people and beat them up. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. My turn, an object. Someone has an object that was stolen from the Brimstone. It is a box, like a puzzle box. Like maybe it's decorative and doesn't open, but that would be weird. But whoever has it has not been able to open it. But Mr. Stitch probably knows someone has it. Small. Not fancy. Like maybe a little bit odd. It's distinctive, but it's not like it's gold or like filigree or anything like that. It doesn't look like it's super valuable, but it's somehow distinctive. All right, one more round. So we at least we now have one location, one object, and a couple of NPCs. And the goal here is to get like 2 or 3 of each, like keep it mixed up. This time,
You skip back, Gwen.
did I skip back, Gwen? Sorry. Yo, Sam. Object,
Yep.
location, person.
There's it's a very nice piano, just kind of sitting over in the corner, and obviously we have a jazz band in here. So they're not using it, but I've never really seen anyone play this thing. It looks like it's in good condition, but Sam wants to know a little bit more about that.
Let's say no one has ever seen it played.
That sounds better.
Yeah, like it's just there. And yeah, I like that. And like the kind of thing where I wonder why no one ever plays that piano. And then when someone gets up and, is performing, like it doesn't connect. Like, why are they playing the piano that's right there? Weird. Cool. I like it. All right. Popcorn. Juliet, I'm going to pick on you again. Another location, object, or person.
Location.
Okay.
A stage.
Okay.
Because we have live performances and we gotta need a stage.
Yep.
An interesting thing about it's in the corner. It's black with like a kind of felty carpet on top. As like fun little fact about it. There's like a square like kind of hidden compartment area where you lift it up, and one would think that's where the wires for anything electronical would go, but like there's a stash of low-key illegal substance in there. And that's where Juliet finds stuff to plant on people like Sam. You know.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let's just go around in a circle. Since I skipped you last time, Batty, Sam. Location, object, or person.
Well, away from the piano, over on the other side, there's some people playing cards, and one of them, Sam knows. This person's name is hang on, Torf Lorfington.
Oh God.
That's their nickname. That's not the real name.
Okay. Torf is Norwegian, I assume.
Yes. Sam likes to rag on him a bit. Knows they're a card shark of sorts.
Ah.
But does rag on him a bit. Can pick a normal name like Sam.
Right.
Yeah.
Torf Larsson or something.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we have a Swede card sharp.
Yep.
Or Norwegian. Whatever. Somewhere around there. Love it. All right. So Laura.
A location.
Okay.
Gonna be, sorry to exclude you, Bagwin, but the ladies' restroom.
Oh.
We can possibly have conversations there.
Yes. Is it what's it like though?
So surprisingly clean for the area that we are in. Just 2 stalls, kind of small, 2 sinks, but it's not, it's not as nice as, like a carpeted fancy lounge bathroom, but it's definitely got like a little seat in the corner and a table just to put your stuff down on.
Okay. Yeah, so not large, but clean and comfortable. So it makes sense to have private conversations or wheel and deal, as the case may be. Awesome. I am going to pick I think I'll pick a location as well. The basement. It's a surprisingly large basement for the nightclub. And there's storage, extra chairs and props from various different traveling shows, crates of booze and, spare plates, napkins, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's accessed through a door kind of off to the side of the stage. And every once in a while, you'll catch someone going down there or coming out sort of surreptitiously. Don't know why, but they do. Cool. Ethel.
All right, let's round out with an object. I think that the object should be the club. The one that's behind the bar. Mm-hmm. Regulars know where it is, tucked right underneath the lip of the bar. Not brought out often, but if people get unruly, it comes out. I think it's notable because it has a metal end on it, so it can definitely do some serious damage.
All right. Does the head of the club or stick have any, is it a shape?
No. Well, maybe I'd be like the shape of Brimstone, but what's that, a rock? So Yeah, everyone's like, it's the shape of Brimstone, but it's just sort of wibbly. It's like a wibbly wobble kind of circle thing. So
Okay. So it, let's say it clearly has some sort of intentional shape, but it's hard to
Yeah.
like, but no one really knows what it's meant to
yeah,
represent.
no one
Cool.
really knows what it is. So it's just it's just the club.
Cool. I'm just making the notes on our shared sheet. All right. So we have a number of locations, number of objects, number of people. That kind of, it doesn't mean we can't establish new ones, but these are the ones that we're going to try to work into the story because we've decided that they're important. The next thing, I think I do want to do wild dice. So, and we haven't rolled any die yet. So everyone roll a d6. And then just note the result in your wild die earned field. Wild die are something that you can give to other people. To reward them if you want to, probably more appropriately to screw them over in ways that are entertaining. Because no one comes out of this story unscathed. So I will note mine down before I forget. So at any time during a story, ideally in response to what a decision someone has made, or if someone just looks like they're having too easy a time, or if it looks like things are going terribly, terribly wrong and you want to prolong the agony, you may reward a die to that person. You tell them whether you want that to be a white die or black die. So folks who are playing have heard this, but just for stream and YouTube later, very much like classic Fiasco, there are two types of die. There's the kind of good outcome, positive factors, and the bad outcome, negative factors. We're calling those black and white die. There are going to be a few times where we actually roll those. So kind of at the end of the major phases of play, we'll roll those to find out like who has the highest net positive and who has the highest net negative, because that will determine like how the story twists. And ultimately at the end, it will determine the outcome for each individual character. Throughout the story, throughout every scene, you will be awarded a number of positive or negative die. So whenever a scene is resolved, the people in the scene gather die. And we're just going to keep track of them. And at the end of the first phase, we're going to roll them all together, subtract the highest amount, highest total. Like, so if positive is the highest total, subtract it from the negative total, or vice versa, to get the net. And then narrate what that means in terms of the outcome. It sounds complicated. It's super duper simple. So the other thing to know is that play will proceed by someone deciding, okay, I'm going to take narrative control. I'm going to call a scene, and I'm either going to set the scene and let everyone else describe how that scene is resolved, or I'm going to talk about how I want the scene to be resolved and other people can set the scene. Typically the person who's putting on the narrator hat or the director hat will say, well, you have to be in the scene, number one, and will then call other people into the scene. The goal is collectively that we go through, like everyone is in a couple of scenes before we do the tilt, before we figure out, okay, how's the night going and how does everything change? We don't have to be perfectly even, Steven, but the goal is that like everyone has had a spotlight and has been a context player in someone else's scene. We'll do that for a bit, do the tilt, then play out the consequences of the tilt, then earn more die, then roll it all up and figure out how everything goes horribly, horribly wrong for everyone. And narrate that in a series of vignettes. So pretty simple, lots of storytelling and creativity. Who would like to be first? First of all, questions from you guys, from chat. Anyone have questions about how this is going to work? Nope. I think everyone's like, it'll be easier to just like play it out. Because it's hard to describe some things. It takes more words to describe than it does to actually do the thing. All right. So who would like to put on the director's hat first? Do we have any brave souls?
I'll give it a shot.
Cool. Thank you. So do you want to describe the scene, or do you want to describe the resolution of the scene?
Describe the scene.
Okay.
So let's see. Mr. Scratch is probably behind the bar doing something. Either, counting the till or adding up some numbers. Not really serving anything right now. Sam has walked in, kind of gotten a area of the bar and what's going on. Seems to be a decent crowd. It's quite late at night. I'll say around 8:30, 9 o'clock. He does see Juliet someplace, stays away from her, goes to the bar, and decides tonight's the perfect time to ask Mr. Scratch about that piano.
Is there anyone else at the bar who would be in the foreground of the scene?
Yes, Ethel is.
Okay.
Yes. She's probably...
That's what Mr. Scratch is counting. He's probably counting winnings from the most recent friendly bridge game. Love it. Cool.
Yeah. She's probably about 3 or 4 stools away from Sam.
Cool. So, I think we all know where we are. So it's a scene with Sam, Mr. Scratch, and Ethel at the bar. Sam, what do you say? What do you do? What happens?
Excuse me. Barman.
Oh, Sam. Good to see you.
Scratchel.
I sort of expected you tonight. Given
Why
that
do you not expect me?
Given that Johnny and his band are playing.
Yeah, looks like they're just setting up.
Should be a real swinging time.
Well, we'll only see.
Polishing the bar.
I have a slight question for you. As the many times I've come in here, what's the deal with that piano over there?
Oh. Most people don't think to ask. But I don't mind telling you, it's the owner's.
I've never seen anyone play it at all, actually. The whole time I've been here, not a single person has ever played it. It's so weird. But you know how the owner is about these things, people touching that, you don't want to get in his stuff. Anyway, it's probably old and dusty and out of tune.
Oh, no. I mean, you're right. You're half right. But we do have to keep it perfectly tuned. Just in case they should ever decide to drop in. I mean, it's been, to your point, a very, very long time since the owner's been by. They tend to be very busy with other things, but we do keep it tuned to some great expense, in fact.
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds very expensive for
Well,
a piano that no one uses.
Well, I mean, they're the owner.
Can others play it? Say the jazz band doesn't work out tonight with Johnny and someone else takes the stage. Could they use the piano?
No. I mean, if the owner,
your own piano,
if the owner, we have another one.
Well,
but that particular one is reserved.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few things that the owner asks. So I'm inclined to give them what they want. But yeah, it's I mean, I've heard it myself, but it's been years. It's a lovely instrument. Rare, in fact. I think it might be one of a kind.
Well, it's weird that he would just leave it here if it's so valuable.
Well, better than having it stuck away in some dust. At least people can enjoy the look of it. And I think its presence classes up the joint a little bit, even if we don't get to hear it so often.
It does look nice. It's very well kept.
Yeah. But anyway,
It's a conversation piece.
you're not a musician, are you, Sam?
I've had some dabbling in music.
Really?
Yes.
Why didn't I know that about you?
I don't. You don't ever ask me any questions. You just ask me. What
I
want
ask
about
you
it.
questions all the
Yeah.
time, Sam.
You ask me what kind of scotch I want.
Yeah, exactly. So a musician, well, why aren't you up on stage?
I don't usually play.
Well, why not?
I'm a writer. I write the music.
Oh, I see.
No, he's a writer.
What
I
do you
don't-
do, ma'am?
Oh, what do
Besides sit
I
here
do?
and gossip.
I think Ethel's skeptical.
Listen, I am involved in many different business prospects, and they don't just involve writing. I've never heard of a writer who can carry themselves well, except, the famous ones. But really, it's hard to break into a business like that, don't you think? If you can't
Not
even
breaking
show
in.
off the work you
Been there
do.
for a while.
Well, then what have you written?
This and that.
I haven't heard the song called This and That.
Just keep your ears open then.
I think Ethel has a point. Well, Ethel raises an interesting question. Sam, are you the behind the scenes guy? Do you enjoy knowing that performers get up and sing your tune and your words? Or have you ever wanted to be in the spotlight yourself?
It's hot under those lamps.
It's
I
true.
don't want to be in front of all that. Plus, you got the press. Answer their questions. It's too much. I'll stay in the back. It's cooler back there.
Yeah. So do you do it for the love of the game or do you do it for the money?
A little of both.
Which means you love the money. Got it.
Well, it keeps me coming here. Buying this expensive liquid.
It's true. It's true. Well, anything I can do to help or facilitate, I mean, helping a customer afford to keep coming here is, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. I can certainly be bothered to help out. And also I enjoy helping to make connections, helping to further people's careers and goals.
Keep that in mind.
Maybe you should talk to Johnny,
I thought about it. Maybe tonight.
especially with them going on tour. They might be interested in some new material.
I have heard that. Maybe debut a new song while they're out there.
Yeah. I think it sounds like a wonderful potential connection for you two. Ethel, don't you agree?
Oh, yes, it sounds lovely. She was not paying attention.
Ethel, you seem distracted.
Yeah. She's definitely not counting the money that she just lost.
Yeah. Well, Sam here is about to be a wealthy songwriter. Perhaps you should open your mind a bit. Ethel has a wealth of experience. You two might find it beneficial to connect. I mean, I've always heard that songwriters benefit from really getting to know people and their stories. Ethel has quite a few.
Is that so?
Oh, I've gathered some experience in my time. Hear a lot of things. Do a lot of things,
Yeah. You might even consult with Ethel. I think you'd find it beneficial. I tell you what, as my way of showing my patronage of the arts, I slip, and this is in some, fictional noirish 40s where $5 is a bunch of money.
It is.
I'll peel off $10 and slide it back to Ethel and say, consider this your first consulting fee. Help Sam with his songwriting. Share some of your wonderful stories and wisdom.
I'd love to, Sam. And I've always said that you'd make it in the world with your songwriting ways, I'm sure. So what do you like to know? What's your inspiration? What do you usually write about anyway?
Well, lately the songs have been more about the down and out, rising back up. Got any stories like that? Any knowing
Well, I can
odds?
tell you a bit about the down and out part.
Those are common.
Yes. Sorry, there's a cat here.
Well, there's a bar cat. Actually, there for sure is a bar cat. We call her Blackie.
I'm going to cover my drink so no hair gets in there.
Yeah. She's very well behaved. She mostly just sits on the bar and stares. Cool. Is there more that we want to play out, or do we want Juliet and Laura to tell us the outcomes? Like, do things get worse or better for the people in the scene?
Let's move to what they say.
Okay. So, how does this scene resolve, Laura and Juliet? Talk it out.
I have a kind of idea. I don't know if it exactly works, but maybe Sam is now more interested in this untouchable piano.
Yes? Is that a positive or a negative consequence for Sam?
Potentially negative if we're not supposed to touch it.
I mean, it's for sure negative.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's one black die for Sam.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Juliet. And Misha, you can chime in too. It's really just the person who established the scene that can't impact the resolution, but I thought I'd give those two a chance first. Juliet. What are the consequences for the people in the scene? Anything top of mind?
Is going along the same route that Laura was, where Sam was definitely gonna end up playing that piano at some point during the night. But maybe Ethel gets a little closer with Sam in a connection wise. And that could be a positive for them
Okay.
to share their both annoyance with Juliet, because they both aren't on good terms or don't have positive thoughts about Juliet. So maybe they can bond over that.
Cool. Yes. Yeah. So a white die to Ethel for... And actually, you know what? I think that's probably a white die for both of them. Don't you think? Because we don't have to make it super even. So they have found at least potentially a fellow traveler with regard to Juliet. And I'm going to use one of my wild die to give Juliet a black die. Because you now have two people who you have wronged that are connecting. And might just find ways to pay you back. Things just got a little bit worse for Juliet.
We were going to talk about things related to writing songs, but now we're just going to talk about how we both hate Juliet.
Yeah.
Love it.
Which could be a wonderful song.
It's going to be great.
Does Ethel have anything that you want to impose upon anyone as a resolution of the scene?
I don't think so. Unless it's the fact that Mr. Scratch has told Sam, we definitely can't play the piano. And now Sam's definitely going to play the piano. And that might be a problem for Mr. Scratch. I don't know.
double up, add another black die. I mean, it's been mentioned multiple times, and it's just like it goes from being like a I kind of want to like I'm now really intrigued to like I kind of am gonna have to. All of which is just making the situation more complicated and potentially dangerous for Sam. Totally cool with that. I mean, we could all gang up on one person and say, "Here's the deal. Here's 4 black die." Cool. Yeah, and I've already imposed my. Ooh. I think I want to impose a black die on Ethel. Because Sam's pretty slick. You know, you were skeptical at first, but you know, Sam's gonna have money. So Ethel might have some conflicting motives in talking with Sam. It might have an ulterior motive beyond just sharing your experience that might be inspiration for Sam's songs. You want something out of it other than the $10, and that might complicate things. So I think that's a black die. And of course, Mr. Scratch gets nothing but a white die, because anyone who says otherwise will be muted. No, that's not true. Not everyone has to get a die. I think it all be stacked up on one person, and we could basically just go until we feel like we have a good resolution. So I think the scene just plays out that Sam and Ethel, like, do you like go to a table together just to start, like, does Sam pull out a notepad and you go and just start chatting? Or does anything else happen? Cool.
Yeah, we'll move away from the bar and go to a table. Did Sam get, Sam has 2 black dice then?
Yes.
Okay. Just make my notes.
All right. Oh, and I need to reduce my wild die pool to 2. Got very excited to use it. But mostly because terrible things are going to happen to Juliet. And I went to give the dice all sorts of ammunition to make that happen. All right. Cool. So, who wants to either establish or resolve a scene?
I'll go.
Do you want to establish and let other people resolve it? Or do you want to talk about the outcome and then we can all co-establish it?
I'll establish.
Okay.
Juliet just gets there for the first time that night and takes note of Ethel and Sam together at a table and is like, interesting. But it's going to circle back to that because she's got to make her stop in and talk to Mr. Scratch for the night. And maybe she arrives at the same time that Juliet is coming around to the bar from that suspicious stage area. So we kind of get to the bar at the same time, and Laura will sit down and order a drink and just say hello.
Councilwoman. I assume you're city council, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Councilwoman, always good. Always a pleasure to have one of the city's luminaries here in our humble establishment.
Yes, always good to see my favorite manager. Tell me, how have you been?
As well as can be expected. Oh, an officer. Oh, look, we have the representatives of law and order. I feel both privileged and secure. You know each other, right?
I don't believe we do. Nice to meet you. I'm Laura.
This is. Oh, I'm sorry.
Pleasure.
I know you just like to be referred to as Juliet when you're off duty. This is Juliet. This is Laura.
It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady.
Oh my. Well, I think you've won a new fan there, Councilwoman.
Sorry. Yes, so you are a cop. What rank are you? I don't.
Well, you see, I am a sergeant and I run a team of my own little officers. They're very good, but you know, they They give Mama some headaches sometimes, so I gotta come here and relieve the stress. But they are very good.
Ah, yes, I know all about little headaches. But just as quick as they come, they can be quick to disappear.
Indeed.
Especially with a
well.
little help from Mr. Stitch's painkillers. What's your poison tonight, ladies?
Vodka, as always. Tall glass on the rocks.
Of course, of course.
And I'll have a margarita.
Ah, on the rocks or blended?
Yes, feeling
Cool.
spicy.
Good, because there's no blenders. I mean, maybe there are, but they're probably manual at this time. So I'll make you a margarita, rim the glass. I will say Juliet has a special glass. It's smoky. It looks like smoky quartz or something. It's very fancy. And the way that you take it on ice, right? Or you're just taking it room temperature. Yeah. Just the way that the ice tinkles in the glass, because of the material, it is a very soothing. Like even before you take your first sip, just the feel of this glass in your hand and the sound of the ice kind of cracking and tinkling as it jostles, just immediately you get a flood of endorphins of just like, yes, anticipatory pleasure. I'll pop an exotic flower. Don't know where I got it from. Just like I'm rimming the glass and shaking the thing up, and then just plucked out of somewhere, some sort of really exotic looking tropical flower. Pop it into your drink. Something about the fragrance of the flower combined with the lime and the tequila and all that. It's very it's reminiscent of a time that you visited, let's say Hawaii. And maybe there's a few moments that might make you blush on remembrance. And just the heady smell of this and the bright colors of the flower bring a few of those things back. Well, there you go. Tell me if you like it.
You are doing a top-notch job as always, good sir.
Of course, of course.
And
Drink
Julia,
brings
take
back
us.
memories.
Well, pleasant ones, I hope.
Yeah. Tell me, do you know anything about Hawaii?
Do I know anything about Hawaii? Well, I've seen the movies.
But never been?
No, I'm far too busy to travel much. Mostly it's
A little
just
overrated.
Yeah, mostly it's just me going up and down stairs. It's a little overrated. That's a shame. People say it's a tropical paradise.
Oh, it's quite fun, once, but I try to make it a point not to go back.
Oh, I think there's a story in that.
Do tell.
Yeah, well, you're among
Have
friends.
you ever been, Juliet? A
I've
cop like
never-
yourself sure must need a nice vacation away. Hawaii would be perfect to relax in the sun.
Unfortunately, I've never been anywhere. My life is my job, and I take it very seriously. Just all the time working. Gotta pay those bills.
Well, maybe one day I'll take you on a trip. It'll be fun.
I would love that.
Yes, well. It seems like we have a couple of fellow travelers. Perhaps in more ways than one. Oh, Laura. Have you heard from, did we name the woman?
Emily.
Emily. There we go. I had to scroll down. Any word on Emily? I'm so concerned.
No, and I wish someone would find her and bring her home. No, my father's been searching tirelessly.
I know. I owe her a week's wages. I'm sure that she's not. I mean, I hope she's not out there wishing she had a few extra dollars in her pocket. It'd be a shame not to be able to get it to her.
Well, wherever she is, I can only hope she is healthy.
Yes, of course. Health is the most important thing. And then he just gives you a lizard glare. Not like all the emotion falls out of the eyes. There's a little twinkle, and it's like he's piercing directly into your brain. Like he...
Laura will just look down, kind of swirl her drink, and then take a sip of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then smile and say, "Oh, the memories."
Oh, of course. Well, you will let me know if you come across any information.
You will be the first I alert.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that. Always a shame to lose track of people, especially when there's unfinished business.
Yes. Like paying out your employees.
Of course, of course. Yes, getting people their due is very important to me.
As it should.
Yes, yes. That's something that Juliet and I share in common. We're both known to go to extraordinary measures to ensure that people get what they're due.
Indeed.
It's a degree of focus and flexibility that I greatly admire in Juliet.
As I admire in you.
Well, aren't we the mutual admiration club?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else that needs to happen in the scene, or do we want to figure out how this scene resolves? What happens as a result?
I feel like Laura's gonna have her interest peak at that last sentence and turn to Juliet and just subtly go, "So, what do most people deserve? A good upholding of the law or taking the law into your own hands?"
Justice must be served. If people aren't happy with how justice is served, that's on them. But justice is always top priority. Bad must go away and the good will always rise above.
Yes. Couldn't agree more.
Laura will take another sip of her drink. Just kind of look Juliet up and down, calculating, observing.
All right. Anything else? All right. Cool. So Ethel and Sam, talk us through the outcomes and consequences of this scene. In particular, for whom is it good and for whom is it bad?
Well, they discussed a lot of travel and stuff, which probably may have piqued someone, probably Juliet. Juliet's kind of, she is a cop, and she was a good cop at one point in time, so she knows some things. She's probably had to track people to the airport from time to time, and knows that a flight, coast to coast is about $260. So to get to Hawaii, that's a bit more. So that's not normal amount of money that you can just go on. So she probably has a vibe on Laura about that. But Juliet didn't offer any help about this Emily person, which, her being bad may have influenced where Emily is.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Laura's picking up on that. So there's a mutual kind of distrust between the two. Although they are friendly.
Yeah.
They are not.
Everyone was friendly.
Yes.
I think Mr. Scratch gets a black die from this because he knows Laura's hiding something. He's not getting the information he wants, and that's probably going to cause trouble in the future.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. that's where that goes. I don't. I mean, the start of this conversation was all very friendly and talking about vacation and stuff, so that was nice.
And then it's kind of degraded. So I think that Juliet would get a black die because
I think Julia had a white die and a black die because I kind of liked how like she's making some good inroads with the politicians, but I think there's going to be trouble brewing, and I think Laura gets a black die because Mr. Scratch is on to her, and I think she knows that he's asking around, and that's probably going to lead to some problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, note those down. Juliet, any additional consequences?
No, those sounded good.
Okay, I think I agree that Mr. Scratch is on to Laura. But you already got a black die for that. I think you need a white die, Laura, because although the relationship is new and somewhat ambivalent, you have connected with a crooked cop who probably knows a lot about a lot of people or can manufacture it, which might just be the leverage you need to get what you want. And I think that on balance, that's probably a good thing. Sort of. Cool. All right. Who is next to either establish or resolve a scene?
I would like to establish a scene.
Okay.
And it's just going to be me and Sam at the tail end of our conversation at the table. Because I don't want to go over all the stories Ethel probably has. It's probably a lot. There are probably several empty cups around. They've been talking for. I mean, actually, it hasn't been that long. Ethel just drinks a lot when she suddenly has $10 to her name. So she's been going to town, which I guess means she's going to be drunk for the rest of this. So that's going to be cool for all of us here. So I'll just hop in. And then he left me at the altar. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? If he was going to leave anyway, why did he wait until the day of the wedding? I tells you, drink. So anyway, that's why I've sworn off men. They're no good. Can't have any good come to it. You got all that down there in that pad of yours there?
Yep. Got it all down. Got it the first 7 times.
Well, this has been certainly a good consulting session, don't you think?
It's been something. It's going to be a little hard to write from a woman's perspective, with the market currently. But I can flip it, and only me and you will know the difference.
Well, you could. I mean, everyone can switch it around. A pronoun here, pronoun really matter. The human experience is really universal when you think about it, right? Right?
I don't like to think about the universe. I don't know anything about the stars and whatnot.
No, not the stars. The people here on the planet. She'll point at your notebook again and say, "Well, you probably have some lyrics in there already. You didn't start on the first page with me. You got anything good in there you want to share?"
Oh, just a couple small, ditties about wanting to hear things again over and over. The soft words that the lovers might talk about at night.
Ooh, you want to... Here, let me see.
I will pass her the notepad.
Okay. She'll spend a few minutes flipping through and reading them. And I think generally, actually appreciating what you had written. She'll hand it back and says, "Oh, that's not half bad, Sam." She taps you on the shoulder. You might go somewhere after all.
Here's hoping.
Oh, looks like Johnny and the gang's taking their break. Want to go talk to them?
Yeah. That's I suppose I should.
All right. I'll wait back a little ways. I don't want to get in your way.
Right.
So she'll follow Sam, like, push him towards where Johnny and them are going to their table for their break, but we'll hang back a bit.
It's a metaphorical push, right? She's not drunkenly just pushing Sam.
No, she definitely drunkenly pushed Sam a little bit on the way over there, yes.
All right. Just trying to gauge that.
Yep.
Hey, Johnny.
Michael, you're muted.
Thanks. I think Johnny probably has no idea who you are
Well,
yet.
my name's Sam. I'm a regular here from night to night, trying to catch the talent, as it were. You played a good set, so far. I was just wondering. I heard you got a couple of gigs lined up out of town and such. You playing anything new?
You're seeing Mish.
Oh, I get to be Johnny. Johnny, he probably has like a cigarette or something. That seems like the thing you do. He takes a drag. He's like, well, kind of figuring we'll need something new coming up. Why you asking?
I'm a songwriter. I got a couple new songs here. I flipped the notebook to one song. That's one song. Me and Misha. I've got the husband, there, and the woman leaves. It's the opposite. So, but I hand Johnny the song for him to kind of look over. There's music notes on it, of course.
I'd say Johnny is kind of like he's kind of looking at the other. I'd say it's a couple bandmates. He's probably on vocals, and he has a bass. What else do you need? Piano player. That's probably all you really need for a little 3-set. Maybe he'll bring out a guitar or something like that for himself. You kind of look at him like, sure, whatever. He doesn't have anything better to do on break. And he'll start looking through. He gives it a read, and he's all like, don't know though if this is exactly our style, but it's not too bad. Tell you what, maybe we're going to be doing at least 2 more sets tonight, going pretty late. So come back to me after our next break, maybe or maybe later tonight. We'll give it another talk. See if you can come up with something. You don't play, do you?
I don't. I've played piano in the past. That's about it. Don't have too much going on with the other instruments. Definitely not one for vocals, except for the wordsmith that I am.
Yeah. Let's see. Tell you what, try writing something else tonight too while you're here. Maybe something we need a song that's a little more blues. You know what I mean? I think you got it on the right track with this number here. He says he taps it, but let's.
Do you have a specific length of song that you usually prefer? Get 3-4 minute. You want to go a little longer with a 5-6?
5-6 actually. We need to fill a little more time when we're going around here.
Sure. Get the audience a little bit more to kind of groove to. I got it.
Yeah. See if you can write something up. Maybe get a melody in here if you can. I don't know if. Does Sam does he score to melodies, or does he just write lyrics and go like, well, this could be applied?
He does both.
Okay. Yeah. So he's like, hey, yeah, see if you can get some melody in here. Maybe you can swing something tonight too.
Sure thing. You prefer all together? You prefer separate for each band member for the instruments?
Yeah, we can do it all together.
Okay.
Basic chords would be fine.
Yep, sounds good. All right, I'll see you around. Take the notebook back
All right.
and head
And
back.
Ethel's just sitting back there like, yeah.
Just imagine her rocking in the chair a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's going on? Should be good. How'd it go? She says as you return.
It went quite well. He's going to he did like one of the songs that are in here. He does want it to go a bit longer, so we might need a little bit more details. Something maybe we can maybe rhyme a little bit more to throw in there. You know, maybe if it's not even part of that story, we can take something from one of your other stories that we can combine with this to, you know, just give it a little more birth.
Ooh, yeah. Well, did I tell you about the time my cousin did and then it will just fade on Ethel talking more.
Okay. All right. So what do we think about resolution? Good and bad. Outcomes, aftermath.
Sam probably gets a white die because he was able to talk with Johnny, and there's a chance that, or like a high chance that he can play a song.
Yeah.
I think Ethel also gets a white die because she's kind of facilitating this connection and he's staying involved in the situation, which could be potentially profitable for her.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I think as just a tiny vignette in sweeping through the bar, saying hi to people, Mr. Scratch will just drop by. We don't have to play it out, but to check in on his two favorite songwriters. And we'll notice that Ethel doesn't have a notepad or pen. How can you possibly collaborate? It's unfair to make Sam take all the notes. And he will pull a kind of a small flip folio bound in leather and a beautiful gold pen from his breast pocket and hand it to Ethel. You should find this useful. And we'll say that's a white die. Sam. Only Ethel is forbidden from talking about resolution. So what do you think happens?
I think that Sam needs another drink. Just gotta listen to Ethel some more. So definitely when Mr. Scratch comes over and delivers that stuff, Sam will take another scotch, this time with no ice. So neat. He did well talking to Johnny. He definitely feels better about that. But I think that Ethel definitely got a white die for helping out. She was actually quite helpful, even though she is definitely drunk. You know, by any other standards, if someone this drunk was talking to Sam, he'd have them escorted out.
Don't worry, she has lots of practice.
I'm sure.
It's true. She's probably half lit all the time.
Yeah.
Awesome. So die check. How many total die do folks have?
Including the wild dice?
No, just the ones that you have acquired as either white or black.
Two.
2? 4? 3?
I have 4 total.
Cool. Let's do another scene, or potentially 2. I will call a scene with let's say after having left, I think I'm gonna choose to resolve. I want a scene in which one of Laura's secrets is revealed to Juliet. Because Laura is looking to connect with Juliet to get leverage, but it backfires. So somehow Laura lets something slip that Juliet picks up on. So it'll be the three of us. And yeah. And I think also there is there's a negative consequence for Laura and there's a positive consequence for Mr. Scratch. And obviously there can be consequences for Juliet as well. But so the resolution is Laura lets something slip, Juliet finds something out that's useful. So probably black die, white die, and then white die for Mr. Scratch for just causing chaos and disruption. So for Sam and Ethel, tell us what happens. Like, define it.
Oh, we say what happens.
You can set the scene. I mean, I did a little bit of like
Okay.
maybe we'll go
Yeah.
but you can actually establish the scene and then we'll play it out.
It's during the break of the music. And Juliet has wandered towards the stage again, probably towards wherever that concealed compartment is or whatever. Maybe the check it out, and Laura, seeing Juliet by herself, decides to go have a more private conversation because not many people are up by the stage. So I think that's where it starts. So you can have your private conversation. And then I presume Mr. Scratch at some point will arrive in time to cause problems or whatever.
Yeah. Maybe he's resetting the stage.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cleaning things up, yeah.
So I think, Laura, that means the action's to you.
Yeah. Okay. So Laura will just kind of walk up following Juliet. She'll bring her a drink. Just refilled their glass at the bar and brought it over. And just kind of walk up behind Laura. Or not, sorry. Walk up behind Juliet and Laura will like just kind of, excuse me. Clear her throat a little.
Juliet will turn around and look at Laura and be like, "Oh, hello, darling.
Hello.
How are you?"
Good. I thought you might need another drink. She'll hand her
Thank you.
the vodka.
That is very thoughtful of you. I greatly appreciate it. She'll take it very happily. Take a sip.
So, what's interesting up here?
Oh, the band just got a. They're so good. I love it when they play here.
Ah, yes. Someone I know that used to work here used to always rant and rave about their sets. I never listened until now. They are very good.
Ah, do you know their name? Maybe I've seen them around here because I've been following Johnny and his band since, they were just wee little tykes.
Oh, you heard Mr. Scratch and I talking about her earlier, Emily. She's a friend of the family, but unfortunately has gone missing.
Oh, that's a shame. I can see if my colleagues at the station can check her up. I think we have that technology, maybe bookkeeping,
Oh,
run
that
some
would be
fingertips.
interesting. Who at the station might be willing to help?
Oh, Jeffrey. He's a good little assistant. Quite new, so He's very flexible and malleable and doing little odd jobs.
Yeah, good assistants are hard to come by. I just had to fire one. Told her to buy a plane ticket for out west, and her sense of direction is just horrid, and she bought one for out east.
Oh
Caused
dear.
quite a lot of changes had to be made, but nonetheless, east it was.
Yes. You had to take her out, I see.
What? Oh, the assistant?
Yes.
Oh, well, just a simple firing, not so much taking them out. I try to keep my hands clean.
Ah, very smart.
Mm.
Some things are very hard to take out of certain things. I can see why you'd like to keep them clean.
Yes, after all, a city councilwoman can't exactly be out here getting her hands dirty.
Fair point.
Gotta keep the image clean, not just for myself, but for the rest of my council members as well. And if that involves hiring someone to take out the trash every so often, then so be it.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Juliet, do you excuse yourself to look in your stash? Or you were
Yes.
kind of midway?
Yeah.
There is a file folder that you don't recall being in your stash.
Curiouser and curiouser.
And you know, being practiced, probably don't give away, but let's say you open it up and guess what's inside? A poor young woman was found east of town. A Jane Doe. Pretty, blonde, young. It's amazing no one's come forward to report her missing. She was dressed quite nicely. Looks like the sort of pretty young thing you'd expect to find at a secretarial pool.
How unfortunate.
And then Mr. Stitch just is sweeping nearby and just kind of gives you a look. Anything I can help with there, Juliet? Or do you have everything you need?
No, I believe I have everything I need. Thank you, though.
Excellent. Well, let me know if that changes. Councilwoman.
I will. Juliet puts the folder away in a location that is safe.
Yep.
Slips it into the jacket.
Yep. Maybe pulls out the photograph. Because that'll fit in your pocket.
Yep.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, it's a real head scratcher. What might have happened to that poor young woman?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Anything else that needs to happen in the action to kind of earn the resolutions that we talked about? I mean, I think this is a couple of black die for Laura, a white die for Juliet, and a white die for me. Evelyn, Sam, any other consequences you want to add?
No, this seems fine.
No, it seems pretty tight.
Okay, so we have connected the characters. We have revealed a few secrets. More secrets yet to be revealed. I think everyone at least has a couple of die. I think I'm the only one that only has 2. And I'm perfectly fine with that. So
No. Let me give you a black die for my wild dice. So
how dare. How
that'll
dare.
tighten it up then. There you go. I took care of it for you.
Yeah, cool. Let me give you a black die from my wild die.
I want to give Juliet a black die
Cool.
from my wild die.
Do it. Just mark it all on the sheet. I was about to say let's maybe talk through the tilt as we do that. If you have any wild die that you want to assign, but yeah, sure. So Juliet gets another black die.
And I give Sam a black die for
Sure.
my wild die.
Sure.
You're so kind.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna also. Can you give out as many as you want, or
So you have a total number of wild die that you have, so you can give those out. That was that first roll that we made, but you
is
can give
that
them all out.
for the whole game, or is
No,
that
we'll roll
for
again.
each?
We'll roll again at
Okay.
the second phase.
Oh, okay.
You
So
should sit in a little too comfy. I'm gonna give 2 black dice.
wow. I'm gonna give a white die to Sam because I actually want to see him do good at songwriting.
Okay.
Sam's
Oh,
the only
thanks.
character I don't distrust or dislike so far.
Cool.
Can I give 1 black die and 1 white die to Mr. Scratch?
Sure.
Yes, you may. I'm
Sure.
going to give my last one to Laura for no reason, and it's definitely a black die.
I'm gonna give
I think I
a
should be
white die to Sam because I have 1 left. So there you
Okay.
go.
I am going to give. I'm going to give 2 black die to Juliet because I think Juliet has just stepped into something that maybe is more dangerous than Juliet knows. Stepped into / been led to something that is significantly more dangerous than Juliet knows. So this is to complement the 1 white die from getting leverage, but it's like, leverage always comes at a cost. Cool. So,
Can I give my last wild die
yes.
to Ethel and make it a black die? Just because.
Just to gang up on Ethel.
Niche.
Well, we at least know Misha has a lot of die. So, cool. So, what we'll do next is everyone have? Are you out of wild die, or have you spent all the ones that you want to spend?
I've done nothing, and I'm going to continue to do nothing with my dice, my wild dice.
Cool. They will go away. We'll re-roll them.
Okay.
So you certainly don't have to use them, but you can. But we'll reset that value. All right. So we've the story is on a certain arc, right? Like we know there's some things we haven't touched. There's some locations that we haven't touched. There's some objects and some people that we haven't touched. So we know that the second act is going to somehow involve those people. But right now, it's very much about the kind of like two dyads, right? The kind of uneasy jockeying for position intel between Laura and Juliet, and the kind of partnership that's formed between Ethel and Sam, and then just Mr. Scratch being there in the background where he's comfortable. The story is going to take a turn. We're going to do the tilt. So that involves introducing, maybe it's new facts, maybe it's new elements, but at minimum, it's creating complications and diversions on those kind of twin tracks that will help to facilitate some of the things that we know that we want to happen. Like we know we want Sam to play the forbidden piano. So this is about how do we set that up. We know that we probably want some conversation to further the whole Laura's hiding someone from Mr. Stitch. we've got that mysterious box. We probably want to reveal who has it and why. So we know like kind of the unfinished business. So now it'll be up to 2 people to help define what that tilt is. And of course you can always kind of pick, or ask for input, but we're going to assign 2 people on the basis of die rolls. So I would like everyone to roll your white die, note the total, and then roll your black die and note the total. Now, the only complicated part is subtract the lower number from the higher number and assign it the color. So the color is going to be determined by the higher number. The total is going to be the subtraction. So for example, I rolled a 3 on my 2 white die and 7 on my 3 black die, which earns me 4 black. And the person with the highest black and the person with the highest white are going to be the people who help to define the tilt. And ideally, it should be white is more about opportunity. It's more about like playing into what people want in a way that's positive to them, creating opportunities and scenes that are assumed to be positive. And black is generally like, these are complications. These are new kind of twists and turns and roadblocks in those stories. Wow. I think we know who's gonna win the black one. Cool. So I'm at 4 black. Laura, where are you?
2 black.
Okay. Sam?
I'm at 3 white.
Cool. Juliet?
It's 10 black, Juliet.
Yeah, you're at 10 black. Perfect.
I'm black.
And Ethel?
And 1 black.
All right, well, we only have 1 white. So it is up to Sam and Juliet. So, Sam, you're going to own, like, what's the tilt in terms of cool things, good things, positive? I mean, it's all going to turn out horribly. We know that. But benefits and discoveries and positive things that will go horribly wrong eventually. And Juliet, you're going to own the complications. And this could be anything from a mysterious phone call that someone receives and they get a little bit of a secret or information to gangsters break in and are holding up the joint. It can be any scale of chaos that you want to add, short of everyone turns into potatoes or aliens invade. So as long as it's kind of in the vein of the story, have at it. And given that you're both total agents of chaos, this will go perfectly. So who wants to go first?
I'll go first if that's okay.
Yeah.
Obviously good things. Johnny does, agree to play one of Sam's songs.
Okay.
That's a good thing. That's great. And also invites Sam to play the piano.
Okay.
For the song to make sure the melody is correct, of course.
Yes.
And let's see what else. Say it's good news that Juliet can close the case of the Jane Doe.
Okay.
Because a cop always wants to close their cases.
Yes.
And I'm sure Juliet has a bad contradiction to that.
Yeah.
But that's her. She's in the black dice. She can handle all that. I'm just setting up the good stuff that's happening. And Mr. Scratch is having the time of his life.
Everything's going to
got
plan.
money.
Yeah.
He's going good.
Yeah. Perfect.
And so
Awesome.
is the club behind the bar in case anything goes wrong. So
In case anything goes
he's
wrong.
doing good.
Yes. Love it. Love it. Cool. So Juliet, what's about to go horribly, horribly wrong, and for whom?
So Ethel had a past of a gambling setup. There's a couple of people who aren't too happy about that. And also, some people aren't too happy with Mr. Scratch and his earnings at the table as well. So, they're gonna try to, be real upset and come in guns blazing
Okay.
and hold up
Led-
the joint.
Probably led by Torf, the card shark. Shark, huh?
Probably.
The card shark. He knows
Yep.
Yep.
someone's been cheating.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anything else?
It'd be a shame if they destroyed the regular piano.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking. Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, and on to that, I was getting onto somewhere with that. Yeah, the regular piano that people would usually play is suddenly missing. No one can find it. It's not where it is
Even
supposed to
better.
be. And you need to play a piano. Sam needs a piano to play, and there's a perfectly good one just sitting over there. It's always tuned, and he wants to play it.
Yeah.
So he has the perfect chance to play it. And I
Yes.
mean, if he doesn't play it, then Johnny will be upset.
He could
And
lose his
then-
opportunity.
Yeah, you can't have that. You have
Yeah.
to take the shot when it's right there.
Yeah. And playing it couldn't possibly be worse than missing the opportunity.
Indeed.
Awesome. Any
You know-
go ahead.
Yeah, you gotta have some negative consequences for Juliet and Laura as well. You can't leave them out of the wonderfulness,
Yeah.
And yeah, someone comes back from the unknown location.
Excellent.
Emily comes up to stir trouble for both Juliet and Laura because, maybe Emily was someone that Juliet pissed off in, wrongly accusing them of having something on them, and then Laura sent them away prematurely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just coming back with a vengeance for both of them.
Love it. So, Sam, your total is 3 white, right?
Yes.
So please distribute your 3 white die.
Okay.
Tell people who, and this is all going to add up. Our pool is going to get larger and larger. So who gets a white die as a result of the consequences and resolutions the tilt that you've applied?
So Mr. Scratch is going to get a white die.
Okay.
He did kind of orchestrate certain things to happen, and some of those things are good, so he gets a white die. Also, Ethel will get a white die, as she's only been helping Sam. She might be quite sloshed, but she's only been helping. That other stuff is from the past, so that doesn't really affect too much of going on right now. And the last white die will go to...
It can be you. Doesn't have to be, but it can be.
I think it would go to Sam, yes.
Yeah.
Because he's stayed out of meddling with, Laura as he has done in the past. He's stayed out of antagonizing Juliet. He stayed out of really bothering Mr. Scratch when he's trying to count. Not that counting should be hard, but he stayed away from his normal things to kind of pursue his life goal.
Perfect. Juliet, you have 10 die to distribute, and they're all black. So who gets what?
Can I just... I don't know.
Give everyone 2 and call it a day.
Yeah, that's nice, right? Just
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
just give everybody 2 black die.
Cool. So we all now have 2 additional black die. So now you can see our pools are growing. Go ahead and roll at D6 and see how many wild die we each have this time. Ooh, that's even better. 5.
I got 6.
Ooh, yes. So we're going to be rolling lots of
Ooh.
die.
That got 6 too.
Oh, man. Yes, it's going to be... If we were all at a table together, it would be... Well, we'd be doing it a little bit differently, but there'd be a massive pile.
And
Awesome.
I think I'll note that the boons and banes can turn into dice too. So
Yes.
we'll probably apply all of those at the very end. So
Yes. We're going to
keep that
spend
in
them all.
mind.
Yep. We could have spent some on the tilt. Like, I would say if we didn't have anyone earn a net white, we could have just added those as white die.
Yeah.
But it's all building up to a crescendo / fiasco. Cool. So we all know the direction that we're taking, and we've established some things that need to happen. So we know Emily is coming back. We know that some disgruntled gamblers are going to show up in league with Torf. And we know that Sam is going to... the regular piano has mysteriously disappeared. Probably right after Mr. Scratch swept the stage. Coincidentally. So we have some ideas of things that need to happen. So who would like to establish or resolve the first scene of Act 2?
I would.
Okay.
And I will pull in Mr. Scratch. No, actually not Mr. Scratch yet, but Juliet and Emily.
Yes.
Because I guess if Laura sees Emily entering the bar, she's gonna make a beeline over there, and I guess it could be noticeable to Juliet.
And do you all go into the ladies' restroom?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you, Misha.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Laura's just basically gonna pull Emily immediately into the bathroom. So how do I do this if Misha was Johnny and Ethel? Am I Emily and...
Yeah, you can just narrate the conversation. You could appoint someone to RP it too, but...
I'm gonna appoint you,
Okay.
Michael.
Okay.
I don't want to talk to myself.
That's good. It gives me more power.
Yeah, I regret it, but it's fine.
Cool.
Laura will just immediately pull her in there and be like, "What are you doing here? You are supposed to be not here. You're supposed to be in New York in the safe house where we put you. You shouldn't be here."
Somehow I don't feel like you have my best interest at heart, Laura.
Somehow I feel like you can't keep things straight and need someone to manage you, Emily.
Somehow I feel like you're gaslighting me, Laura.
Me gaslighting you? That's rich.
Yeah. I got tired of sitting in that little crappy apartment all by myself. You put me on top of a Italian restaurant, and all I can spell all day is pasta fagioli. It's driving me crazy.
Maybe if you had stayed out of other people's businesses, didn't get involved with that politician, and piss off a crooked cop who happens to be here tonight, by the way.
You know, I think I can probably handle that.
Can
You see, after a couple of weeks by myself thinking things through, maybe I know more than I thought I did. Maybe I need to have some conversations, get some closure, pick up some old friendships. I think maybe if I had a conversation with Juliet about some of the things I know, well, she might see me a little different.
And at that moment, the door's gonna open and Juliet's gonna walk in, close the door, and lock it behind her. Like, oh, hello there. I didn't realize this wasn't vacant at all. My apologies.
Well,
Laura will just, she's very disgruntled and pissed off, and she'll just say, well, look what the cat dragged in, my missing beloved cousin.
Emily will pull out a cigarette, kind of tamp it on the case, put it between her lips, and kind of lean toward Juliet to light it.
Oh, such a lovely family reunion.
You would think so, but you'd be wrong. Been a long time, Juliet.
Indeed it has.
So what has my cousin here been telling you?
So, just regular folk conversation.
We had a lovely
small
discussion about vacations.
Indeed.
Oh. So using taxpayer money to fund private vacations with wealthy business people. And you had a book conversation, so I assume you talked about cooking the city's books, right? I mean, if I recall correctly, Julia, that's something that you would be very interested in.
Yes. Very interested in things.
Yes, well, I can tell you all about it. On one condition. I'm going to need some protection and money.
Ah, yes. What it always comes down to with Emily is money. She's not very good at managing it. I can tell you about that.
Yeah, well, runs in the family, doesn't it, cousin?
Many things do.
What kind of protection do you need? And who from?
Oh, I just need a good friend I can trust, a safe place to stay, and money to get myself set up. I'm thinking maybe Vegas.
Mighty extravagant for a woman all
Well,
by herself.
I don't have to be all by myself now, do I, Juliet?
No,
Besides, with money, I can buy friends if I need them.
that is a fair point. But you need to be cautious of who you align yourself with.
That's true. You know, I've always had a good feeling about you, Juliet.
Well, that just warms my heart.
I thought it might. So what do you say you and I blow this popsicle stand, have some conversation about what I know and how much it might be worth to you and your friends?
I think that might be a wonderful idea.
All right. Well, ta-ta, cousin. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
I'll be looking in the papers to see how things turn out for you. Does anything need to happen before we call a resolution and talk through the consequences? I think Laura just got not awesome things happen to her. potentially.
Yeah, but we knew that was coming. So can you pull someone into the scene later, or do you
Yeah,
have
you
to?
certainly can.
Oh, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
as if
Okay.
you are narrating, you can set up an intrusion if you'd like to try to frankly to try to sculpt the direction that it's going.
Okay, then I would definitely like to pull in Ethel, who is definitely in the stall.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I pulled my feet up.
Or maybe Ethel has been trying to, like, she's sitting with her feet up on the toilet, like trying to hunker down and hide, but she's in heels and one of the heels slips and she clangs her foot against the ground.
I think Ethel has probably been writing furiously.
That's
words-
right. I have a notepad and pen.
The words flowing effortlessly out of you. Cool. So, as Emily is triumphantly, she thinks, about to leave with Juliet, we hear a clatter as one of Ethel's shoes falls to the floor.
Laura will be the first to move and walk over to the stall.
Ethel shoves the notebook up her dress to hide it, and, along with the pen. So is definitely going to be holding her stomach awkwardly. They don't fall down. Super stealthy because she's still also drunk and did have to go to the bathroom for, having drunk a lot of stuff reasons, as you do. But anyway, she's like, oh, must have nodded off there. Shoving her foot back in the heel and opening the stall door. Well, better wash my hands and get back out there.
Laura will just kind of smirk and watch her go wash her hands and say, I saw you earlier. You were sitting with that writer.
Oh, yeah.
What is your name?
My name's Ethel. You're one of the politicians in town, right?
Yes. Just here, with family and friends. If I remember correctly, I heard you were the one to talk to about cards. You see, my cousin here, Emily, she used to love cards. Always traveling around to Vegas and back, anywhere she could find cards. And I was wondering when the next game might be. Wouldn't that be so fun, Emily?
A game? Well, I'm always down for a game, actually. We have lots of different cards here. I can run you poker, any type. We have the bridge game, obviously. It starts listing off more and more games. Helpfully for Laura.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's more interesting if Emily. I think Emily maybe is enjoying a feeling of having leverage. So maybe wants to prolong that. And also recognizes that Ethel is drunk and probably is going to lose and is motivated by money. So Emily will probably be like, well, I've got places to be, conversations to have, but I never miss an opportunity to separate someone from their hard-earned money. I have to warn you, dear, I'm quite good.
Oh, that's fine. I have had lots of practice.
I have an excellent poker face.
Well, how about the four of us just sit down and have a nice game? Wouldn't that be fun? Full table.
Bathroom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not in the bathroom.
I know.
Not in the bathroom. That'd be
I mean,
silly.
here. Oh no, I think that'd be fine. Yeah, we might even be able to find some more interesting things to wager than just money. Don't you think, Laura?
Why, yes, cousin. More interesting.
Yeah. All right, well, you have a deal there, Ethel. All right.
Okay.
So does anything need to happen between these three ladies before they sit down and begin to play?
I don't think so.
Cool. So, resolution. Batty gets to go first because you were the one person who wasn't pulled in directly, and then I'll go because I was just filling a NPC role. So, tell us about some good, bad consequences and fallout from the scene, Sam.
So the good is, Emily is alive and well. That's good in itself. The bad, however, is the type of tension that is now across all four ladies. Emily definitely has the leverage and the power over everything going on. But Laura and Juliet both want to regain that power, whether it is through casual conversation or more of a threatening tone when they sit down for cards. And Ethel is now a little bit more scared, I would say. She doesn't know terribly what's going to go on. But I would say that maybe, I don't know.
Want to assign a die?
Yeah, let's assign a... NPCs don't get dice, so that sucks. I'll give a black die to each one of the girls.
Okay.
They're not where they want to be, and nothing really good has come out of this.
I agree with one exception. Ethel gets a white die. So when you were sitting in the stall writing, just a way of getting away from the noise, is you were very much like you lost track of time. You could just feel the creative juices flowing in a way they haven't. And maybe you were like half listening to the conversation between Laura, Emily, and Juliet. But as you exit the bathroom and kind of pull out, unhide your notebook and pen, and maybe walk over and ask about a more private table where, it'll still be in the main area, but where you can set up for cards. You glance at your notes and it's all of that drama and betrayal and intrigue is beautifully captured lyrically. You have some notes about melody and just like you're not even really a musician, but you've described beautifully how to leverage the kind of atonality and discordance that can happen in jazz to kind of simulate the energy and the interplay. The song isn't finished though, but you have a very, very good start. This could be a masterpiece. So that earned you a white die. And Ethel and Juliet can also.
I think Mr. Scratch gets a white die, even though he's not on the scene, because Emily is here, and he's going to find some stuff out from that, I think. So I think that's what he wanted.
Yeah.
Was to know where she was. I assume this is going to come up later.
Oh, yeah.
I added it for you, sorry.
Thank you.
Is it okay to say that Juliet gets a white die because Emily has offered to take her on essentially what is a vacation and she's wanted a vacation?
Yeah. Give you lots of intel about crooked dealings in City Hall and take you on a vacation to Vegas? Yeah, sure. That's a white die. I mean, it would go horribly wrong, but I mean, it's less likely to become catastrophically wrong. Cool. Who's next to call a scene? You want to resolve or...
I kind of had one.
Okay.
So happen right after their scene as they get back to a different table. Obviously, Sam was waiting for Ethel to come back from the powder room. It's taking some time, and we have kind of forwarded time a bit. So we'll say he's getting a little nervous. He hasn't played the piano in a while, and Johnny has offered to play one of the songs if Sam can keep up the melody. So this will probably envelop everybody.
Oh, love it.
Yes, because Mr. Scratch cleared off the stage. So and the band's on break, and Sam is nervous. So Sam is going to get up from his chair, and he's going to approach the bar for the first part.
Okay.
Hey, there's Scratch. Where's the piano?
Well, right there. Oh my goodness. Well, isn't that strange?
Sure, it sure is. I just, I know that you clean up the stage from the things that are up there usually.
Well, I
aside from
swept it up and picked up the glasses.
right.
Sure didn't put an upright piano in my pocket.
I hope not, unless you have more to tell me about that. I would expect it to be backstage, behind the curtains, but it's not there either. Was it moved, or the owners move things around? Do you know?
Well, isn't that diabolical? I have to imagine it's probably someone playing a prank.
By moving an entire piano.
Maybe. Well, we do have competition. Maybe one of the local nearby nightclubs decided to... I mean, it was quite a get to have Johnny come in. So maybe they decided to try to upset our business.
Oh, man. Well, I require a piano of sorts to play.
Ah, yes. That is a pickle, isn't it?
Yes, a pickle, indeed. Not that... I'm sure you don't serve those here at all.
A plate of pickles. Of course we do. We serve whatever makes our customers happy.
Great.
Well,
all right.
Seems like there's a question that you'd like to ask, Sam. A favor, maybe?
Yes. The owner of this establishment.
Yes.
You say they don't come around often, correct?
Yes.
Would you know if they're going to be in Pier tonight?
It's always hard to say. I don't think so, though.
Not wise to their dealings of coming and goings, I imagine. Suppose you could cover for me if I play the owner's piano just for one song.
Ooh, that would be quite a risk there, Sam. I mean, might lose my job.
Yeah,
but,
you might.
But
how much do I have to?
Oh, put your money away. I think, though, we could come to a mutually beneficial arrangement. See, someone, and I'm not sure who, has something of mine. Trinket. Nothing of any particular value beyond sentimental, but I would like it back. It's a box. Yay big. Made out of wood.
Okay. Just a standard oak box.
Well, it's made from couple of different types of wood. There's a little bit of a parquet inlet. Oh, sorry, I live next to a fire station. In case you can hear the sirens, he will pull the stick out from behind the bar and kind of turn the. I mean, it's not figurative, right? It's kind of almost like a geometric design. There's a little parquet on the lid that resembles this. It's a match set, you see. Someone with sticky fingers picked up my box, and I would like it back. Tell you what, you get me my box back, I'll cover for you with the piano.
Sounds like a deal. Sam will check his watch. And then head over to the card game. Hello, ladies. And
Hey there, Sam. Do you want in?
no. Ethel, do you have a I know you jotted down some of your stories. Mind if I borrow your notebook?
Oh, yeah, sure. Here you go.
Thank
I
you.
say, handing it over slowly.
Sam will take it and put it right next to his, which looks quite identical, we'll say.
Sure. Maybe not like to close examination, but certainly
Right.
very similar.
Yeah, of course. And, especially when it's open just to the pages.
Yeah.
It's just paper.
Does Ethel keep the pen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course you do. I don't need a pen. I have one. Thank you. I'm just going to go over a couple more of these stories and just, play around with some things. Miss Laura, I haven't seen you that much today. May I borrow you for a second, if that's not going to hold up the game too much? Officer.
Oh, I'm still shuffling. Don't worry.
Hmm.
She does the fancy shuffles where you can go reverse back and all that.
Yes, sure. I suppose we could all take a drink break while Ethel shuffles.
And then Sam and Laura will adjourn for a little bit.
Okay.
Laura, you have you seen anything weird tonight? Out of place?
Several things. What in particular are you looking for?
Well, I know you don't come in here often, as some of the other people. That one girl is very stunning. I've never seen her here at all, but the other two, they're quite common. Have you noticed the officer there? Have you seen her with kind of being alone, maybe going to a specific area of this establishment?
Yes, actually. Back behind the stage.
Really?
I'm not quite sure what exactly was back there, but there was something in the back underneath some of the amps. Do they have amps? I don't know.
Sure.
Nope.
Who knows?
Back behind the stage, there seemed to be something quite interesting to our lovely officer.
Kind of weird that she'd be near the cloister back there. It wasn't anything like large, was it? It wasn't like piano sized.
Definitely not a piano, but not just tonight, but throughout my times here, I may have seen several small package size items, both on the way to and from the stage area being carried.
Okay. I appreciate that candor of knowledge. And Sam will hand her a $5 bill.
Laura will smile and take it, because who's going to turn down money?
Campaign
And just say
contribution.
it's-
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
And we'll say thank you for your campaign contribution. And please do let me know if you need any other help regarding our officer. I'd love to be of assistance.
Fantastic. Yes, we do want them up and narrow, and not. But they don't.
Not,
get.
you know, crooked dealings or anything.
Those are such dirty words. You shouldn't, as a lady, be talking about such things. Oh, enjoy your game. I have a date with a piano.
What a lucky set of keys.
Ooh. Spicy.
And then Sam returns, obviously, to the bar. Scratch, I believe I found your culprit.
Really?
Yeah. I haven't been back to check it out exactly. Didn't want to give people the wrong idea if you had others looking out for this object, and I don't want it in my hands. It seems the sticky-fingered person is an officer of the law, hiding things behind the stage.
That would be very...
Probably did it just because, knows you to clean the stage, but never step behind there.
Be awfully bold of Juliet.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
Well, go retrieve it. Bring it to me.
As long as you can promise that no one's going to pull anything on me for touching it.
Oh, no, of course
Just in
not.
case you had a private eye in here somewhere.
Oh, of course not.
All right. And Sam will go in the back.
Cool. I think whether the box is there is a resolution.
Exactly.
Is there anything else that needs to happen in this scene before we get to resolutions? Okay. So, I think everyone was in the scene. So basically everyone but Sam gets to add or comment on the resolution. Someone else should decide if the box is there or not.
I totally think it should be.
Okay.
I was gonna say, let's be a shit disturber and say it's there.
Okay. So how does that translate into white and black dice?
Well, Julia gets a black die because
Yeah.
if the box is back and by her stuff, then in the secret spot,
Yep.
that's going to be bad for her.
Yep.
Conversely, I would think Sam gets a white die because finding the box is going to be helpful for him so he can play the piano.
Agreed.
Mr. Scratch probably gets a white die because he gets his box back.
Yep.
I think Mr. Scratch should also get a black die because the owner is going to find out perhaps that the piano's being played.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. Like, it's good that he gets the box back. That's definitely a good thing.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be consequences, though, of letting someone play the piano.
Oh,
And
there.
also the fact that
there will
Juliet
be.
is doing things.
Yeah. There will be. Go ahead.
I feel like maybe, and I could be wrong, Laura gets a white die because now that Emily's back, she's just doing everything to further chaos and keep Juliet and Emily from kind of convening. So by essentially snitching on Juliet, she's kind of made things a little easier for herself, possibly, or even if it creates more chaos, at least it's prolonging her time to think.
Yeah.
I feel like Laura has leverage, right, for knowing that Juliet is storing something here, and Juliet isn't exactly the straightest cop here, so
Yeah.
Yep.
maybe you can get some counter incriminations.
Yeah, if you can discredit Juliet, whatever Emily tells her might be less likely to be acted upon.
Yeah.
I think Juliet gets another black die because while the box is in Juliet's stash, Juliet didn't put it there. And it wasn't there when you looked before. So
We got a ghost in here just moving things, stealing
Well.
pianos, putting boxes different places.
who knows? Someone stashed it there to incriminate you. I think Sam gets a black die because Sam, you have looked at what Ethel has written, and all the hair on the back of your neck stands up because it is beautiful and raw and dangerous. It's a story of naked ambition and corruption and passion and deceit. And the notes on the lyrics and the music are, I mean, it almost makes your head pound because you can start to hear it in your head. This is not just a good song. It's a game changer. And I will say you probably also recognize yourself in it. As one of the characters who grasps but never quite achieves his goal. And you want that song. And you want it to be yours, not Ethel's. But it's not complete. So, any other consequences other than the obvious, which is Ethel, Juliet, and Laura get a black die because Torf walks up to the table with a couple of goons behind him and cracks his knuckles. Since you're playing out in the open. That's a lot of black die going around. All right. I give Ethel a white die for the song being awesome, but may not get a chance to claim it. All right. So next scene, who wants to resolve or call the scene?
Can I call it?
Sure.
So going on to the card game with Thorfilton and the ladies playing cards. Also, because chaos, Mr. Scratch comes over to play some cards. And
Sure.
things are about to get a little heated.
Has Sam had a chance to return the box? Or is that going to happen in the scene?
It could happen in the scene.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So
Maybe Mr. Scratch isn't so much chooses to go play the card game, but so much as the goons that Torf has brought are suggesting that Mr. Scratch should go play the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. We're all going to have a good time.
Yep.
Right. So, okay. Okay. Well, I don't often play with an audience, but sure. I mean, it looks like you're making me an offer I can't refuse. And then we'll just kind of trip on over. Ladies, do you have room for a fifth? My presence has been requested. And then kind of cock his head towards Torfelson and his goons.
Laura will be the first to welcome Mr. Scratch to the table and say, and yes, and just as promised, the first one to alert that I have control over, we found Emily.
Oh, I saw her. Welcome back, Emily.
Laura will, move over and pat the seat next to her.
I think Emily probably looks, I think she probably looks concerned, saying Mr. Scratch, but then maybe she's expecting a different reaction, but he seems very casual about it. Good to see you. And maybe she says, look, Mr. Scratch, I know we have unfinished business. And then he'll say, not anymore, we don't. Sam's taking care of it right now. So, welcome back. I hope things have been well. Well, these gentlemen, for some reason, wish to watch us play.
Are you sure you guys don't want to join in? Ethel says, oblivious.
Yeah, what Juliet, what are Torfelson and the goons doing?
The goons are just kind of low-key surrounding the table, being making sure there's no funny business going on, just being a watchful eye while not doing anything. And Mr. Torfelton sits down at the head of the table, cards up, crosses his arms, puts his feet on the table. Let's play a round of cards. Why don't we?
Okay.
Oh, great for you to join us. Torf, it's been so long. Probably. And Ethel starts dealing out the hands for what I presume is a game of poker.
Sure. Let's say maybe the first couple of rounds are fairly normal. Maybe. I mean, what do you think, Juliet?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Just enough to get everyone warmed up.
Dude, Thorfelton's definitely looking around, eyeing Ethel and Mr. Scratch to make sure there's nothing fishy going around with them.
Okay. Yeah, I think Mr. Scratch is playing it straight. Maybe loses a buck, wins $1.50 kind of situation. But it's small stakes, right? It's just a friendly game.
Yep.
So, Torf.
Yes, Mr. Scratch.
Just curious, it seems like there's a question that you want to ask. And you're among friends. Ask away. Or maybe a favor. I can tell you want something.
Don't we all want something from here? Isn't that the whole life goal? Is to want something.
Yeah. Well, and the only thing I want in life is to help people. Make their days a little bit better. Make their nights a little bit easier. So how can I help you?
You see, I don't like to lose money. And I've found that some people are taking things that aren't theirs. And that's very troublesome for me.
Yes.
I
For me
can't
as well.
help that.
Yes, for me as well. I definitely agree. Let's say at that point, maybe Sam can make his way over with the box and just hand it. Mr. Scratch will kind of take a look at it, confirm that it's the right one, slip it into his waistcoat pocket. But you know, I always find that with a little bit of luck and persistence, things that you've lost can come back. And then we'll give a very pointed gaze at everyone. But I'm going to say lingers on Emily, who maybe stares him down and then, but is the first to break eye contact and maybe looks a little bit guilty. And if the things that we've lost are returned, well, you know what? No harm, no foul. No reason to get upset about it now, is there?
Indeed. Thus, of course, what was stolen is not yet returned. Because some people don't play fairly.
Yes. Well, ladies, what say we up the ante? Our friend Torf here feels like he's lost something of significant value. And I have a feeling that he and his friends aren't going to be satisfied until they extract their pound of flesh. So I'm willing to play for something of value to me. I sympathize with your situation, Torf. So I tell you what. We all have something of value. Something that we know, something we've done, something we've created, some object of great sentimental value to us. And we don't want things to get ugly. We want everyone to feel like the Brimstone is a place that they can come to relax and take a load off and maybe dream a little bit. I mean, the world outside is so dreary, don't you think? It's nice to come to a place where almost anything seems possible, even if only for just a while. I'm willing to bet on that. So he will pull out the box and place it on the center of the table.
Elton will snap his fingers, and one of the goons will walk over and place a box of cash on the table. So
Okay.
this is my prized possession.
Yes. Well,
My prized possession, a lot of money.
yeah. Let's why not? And the goons are strapped, right? I mean, it's really they've done the thing where they show that they have weapons, so we all understand that this could go really bad.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, well, the ante is to you, Juliet, Ethel, and Laura. What prized possession do you have to offer?
Laura has a very expensive, very large jeweled ring on her finger. She'll take that off and regretfully, just not having much other choice, put it in the pot. She
Okay.
seems very reluctant, but she doesn't want to, face the consequences.
And let's say that that ring is somehow connected to, maybe we have a moment's flashback of something rather saucy that happened in Hawaii. So it's not just that you're giving up the value of the ring, but it's a memento of a, we'll say a simultaneously guilty but also titillating memory.
Yes. Do you want me to describe it?
Sure.
Or are we waiting?
Sure.
Oh,
We can have a scene where or just a little bit of a camera cut, a little flashback from Laura on the beach in Hawaii.
It would have probably been during her honeymoon to her first husband, who was a bit older, but not just a bit older than her, but not a large age gap. And he was a very successful and wealthy businessman. And so on their honeymoon, they went to Hawaii, his treat, and spent a nice saucy time on a private beach, showering her in gifts. But as normal politics follow, anyone would know she's not married to him and that he has passed away through health issues. And so she is now remarried to another politician.
When you say passed away from health issues, was it a convenient passing? Like a politically expedient passing for Laura?
Yes.
So maybe as you take off this ring, it flashes red for a moment, like a blood diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little, well, I can see that represents a lot to you, Laura. I think that's a good ante. How about you, Ethel? What about you, Juliet? What are you willing to put in the kitty? Don't cheap out on us. I don't think Torf and his friends will like it.
Juliet will pull out a pocket knife that looks like it's seen some better years on it and toss it in. She's the kind of person to take things from the crime scene. Definitely wasn't used to murder somebody. It's 100% used to murder somebody. Yeah, took it as a momentum in her first year as a cop and has kept it with her ever since.
Ethel takes off a necklace on which there is a diamond ring, presumably her engagement ring from ever some number of years ago. Obviously, she kept it because why would she give it back? But it's probably her most valuable possession, and it's probably the one thing that she's actually been able to hold on to that has value. So she'll throw that in.
The last thing that you haven't over the years pawned.
Yeah, exactly. Pawn for more money or whatever.
Okay. So we've got a bunch of money. I mean, I would argue that Ethel has one thing that's more valuable than that, but it's not currently in her possession. So she can't bet it. All right. So, how does the scene resolve? Who wins?
I think Sam or Bat gets to pick, right?
Sam gets the first choice as the person least involved in the scene. Yeah.
Yeah. I just dropped off a box.
Yeah.
So for the people at the card game, the winner of said these items and intrigue would be Torf. Being
Yes.
card sharp has its pros. But obviously, if you're looking for people to cheat, and they're not going to cheat when people are threatening them, then you're the only one that can cheat. So you will win. So, Torf is gonna collect all the dues and the property. I may have missed something. Scratch put up the box. Laura put up the ring. Ethel put up a ring and necklace.
And
Juliet's put up
pocket knife.
a weapon. What did Emily put up?
Oh, let's see. Ooh, I think Emily put up a manila folder.
Okay, fair.
That Torf looked at, kind of eyes wide, and looked over at Laura, smiled, put it back on the table.
Sure. So yeah, resolution. Torf wins it all, brings it all in, brings all the pot in. He's enjoying it. And we'll hand the file back to Emily.
Ooh,
Our deal is done here. Thank you.
Awesome. We like Torf. Cool. Dice. What do you think that
Yes.
translates into in terms of dice?
So for dice, I mean, that's not good for a lot of people. But I will say that maybe they feel a bit more free. Juliet's going to get a black die. She did lose her little memento, but that out in the wild is not going to be good for her.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Ethel, I'm going to give a white die because she did lose something of value, but in the whole scheme of sitting down with these ladies who were already threatening her, she made out pretty well. She did not, Torf kind of took all the tension away from that. So she made out pretty well. Mr. Scratch, you got your box back. So that was you get a white die for that. But you also lost it, so you get a black die as well.
Yeah.
Laura is probably oblivious. Well, not oblivious, but very confused as to everything going on. Doesn't know who tipped off Torf. Doesn't know why Torf would give the envelope back to Emily. Just doesn't like everything going on. So she's in a world of hate and hurt. So she's going to get a black die.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah,
That's it.
Torf has seen the evidence but then didn't take it. So now you got two people who potentially know something. Let's see. I can't give Torf die. But I will say, just as a narrative, Mr. Scratch does not seem upset to see the box go. He seems pleased, in fact, to see it go. Remembering that he said, things that are taken from us tend to come back. So, yeah. We go into all that work to get the box back and be like, whatever, I'll just bet it. It's fine. She doesn't seem upset. Anyone but Juliet have other resolution points and or dice to hand out? I think a white die for Sam, because this has somewhat distracted Ethel from the song. At least in this moment. Like who knows what happens the next scene, but for now Ethel isn't thinking about the fact that Sam has the notebook. Although Sam may need Ethel to finish the song So that could also be. But for now, I'm going to say it's a white die to Sam. Anything else? Cool. So, crisis shootout at the Brimstone narrowly averted. And Torf and his goons, I assume, leaving to, or at least no longer.
You know what?
Go
They're
ahead.
probably hanging around to enjoy Johnny's next act, because then they'll be around to shoot it up later.
Okay,
the
perfect.
end.
Why get rid of the chaos? Yes.
Yeah. They can just hang out.
Yeah, and I can think of a couple of reasons they might want to shoot the joint up. All right. So, who wants to describe the next scene or its resolution?
I would like to describe a scene's resolution,
Okay.
which I think is Sam performs his song, and I think the song performance goes well at the end, so he gets a die. I don't know what song he's going to perform, whether it's his or the one that Ethel has written, but whatever one it is, he has performed.
Okay.
I think that's where it ends.
So it ends with Sam delivering a great performance and getting a white die as a result, which doesn't foreclose
Yes.
getting black die as well.
Oh yeah. That I think is. I mean, I'm just going to put that's the resolution. So I don't know exactly where we're starting from there, but I think that's where we want to end up. So and obviously it's played on the forbidden piano,
Yes. Right.
which is at this point the only piano. So, because I'm sure at some point Johnny goes like, "Where'd the piano go?"
Yeah. So maybe the scene is Johnny and his band come back for break and have the conversation with Sam and Ethel, because Ethel's still hanging on. Sam, you've already confirmed with Mr. Scratch that, I mean, you held up your end of the bargain. So he'll give you cover with the owner if the owner has any questions about who is playing their piano. So you are free to do so. So we'll have a scene where Sam, Ethel, and the band are setting up for the closing act. And the only thing we know is that it will go, at least one white die will go to Sam as a result, because it will be a good performance. So.
Ethel's still thinking about the game that she just played.
Okay.
So she's talking about like, I was this close. Do you know I had 2 pair? I can't believe that they would even beat it out on that hand. I mean, it's not like we were going to wager anything more, but with everything that's wagered. But I guess you win some, you lose some, you know?
That's generally how games work, yes. Sorry that you lost, I guess.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe I was holding on to that ring for too long anyway. Though rent this month might be a bit rough, but that's all right. Don't need to worry about that. I sold that $10. It is now like, I don't know, $5. Listen, it's dwindling quickly, but in her head, it's still $10.
All right. Well, I gotta. Johnny, are we all set?
Yeah, looking good. Just waiting for records. You got the song finalist?
Got the song. Yeah, it's gonna be a kind of a blues riff in B. If you can keep up with that.
Sure thing. And then Ella's gonna be like, "Oh, go ahead."
I couldn't find the standard piano. I'm gonna use the one that's over on the side of the stage, though.
Oh yeah. Just move it up.
Yep, not a problem.
Ethel's very excited about this. Oh, the piano. I've never heard it. It's going to be so good. I'm looking forward to this number. She'll help you move it.
Yeah. I just kind of gesture to Scratch as he returns to the bar and be like, move the... Okay. Yep. Move it on over. Sam's gonna open it up just to make sure that there's no nothing messing with the strings inside or cats living in there.
No explosive tie to like the D's key.
No.
D sharp. No.
No, but I think you'll notice that the piano is made of unusual materials.
Okay. Well,
Like I think the strings are probably more like what you would expect to find on a violin. So some sort of organic material.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think the keys, particularly the ivories, have a different. They're not quite as smooth as you're used to. They have a little bit of porosity to them. Also organic, like maybe they're made of bone. So someone went to a pretty penny to have a piano made of unusual materials. But other than that, it seems to be in perfect tune.
Okay. Yeah.
And maybe as you do a little scale,
do a little scale and a little bit of twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Yeah, it has a lovely, lovely tone, even to the extent that, there's been a little bit of a hush because the band is getting set up, but people are still having conversation. But as soon as you tinkle the ivories, a hush follows over the crowd. I'm stealing your scene, Misha, but
yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
Well, good luck, Sam, Ethel says, and she reaches for her notebook. Perhaps to keep writing some more. Sam, does she grab her notebook or yours?
She grabs her notebook.
Okay. Very good. She'll go back, probably to the bar, to listen and write. And I believe the music starts up at that point.
Sam's probably going to reach into his coat and take out some paper that he got from somewhere and put it on the front of the piano. And then, he has his notebook there as well, kind of playing off them both, it seems.
okay. So what song is he playing?
He's playing a combination of what was written in Ethel's notebook and the song they worked on earlier. He's kind of fused them together, as the earlier one was more of a jovial type of song for a big band and it wouldn't work with the jazz and blues element, whereas the thing she wrote earlier, or in the hushed room of the powder, has more of a dastardly kind of a grittier feeling to it, so he's worked it more into the blues riff.
And Ethel is listening, going like, this isn't... Wait, the stuff that I wrote earlier, she's looking down at the notebook that I presume has a few pages torn out of it.
Yes,
So I'm like,
yes.
wait a
Not
minute.
all of it, but just
Not
some.
all of it, but some of it.
Yeah.
And I think the scene will just end, with the song ending and there being, I presume, a fair amount of applause for a quiet night. Unless something weird goes on with the piano.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course there is.
So so in addition to the resolution that the audience is enraptured, the audience and the band are enraptured. Ethel, I think Ethel gets a white die to represent the fact that, you're like, oh, he's singing my song, but you also get caught up in it. Especially as, the early parts are maybe not. I mean, maybe it's one of those things where like the sync hasn't happened yet, and it's a song that not everyone and Johnny and his band haven't had a chance to really review it a lot. So it's like they're just trying to find. They're trying to follow Sam, and they're not quite there yet. But as he transitions into your song, they kind of come together, and that's when the energy in the room palpably changes. And it changes for you too. And as soon as that happens, you know how the song ends. So we'll give you a white die. It's not a happy ending, but it's the right ending. I think Sam gets a black die because you had in mind, like the song wasn't finished, but you had in mind a way to kind of leave it hanging in a way that might be pleasing to the audience. And you get to that point, but you don't stop. You keep playing, and Johnny keeps singing. And it seems like everyone is improvising. But somehow, you're performing the song that Ethel is finishing at the bar. Song of betrayal. Things once held close that are lost. Backroom dealings. Dangerous gangsters. Catastrophe. Everyone getting what they deserve. Some people walking away, not unscathed. You're singing the song of one night at the Brimstone. So, what else happens? What other resolutions?
I think that everyone who was mentioned in the song slowly realizes that the song is about them.
Yep.
And talks of things that have happened and of things that have not yet happened but don't sound great.
Yeah.
Sam, just so you know, you would still get the white die
Yes.
from the earlier resolution. So that's in addition to
it's a wonderful performance, and you certainly you're going to receive a lot of applause. Well, we'll say there will be a very rowdy audience reaction, a lot of which will be applause. Anything else? And you can define a resolution for yourself as well. Like you're gonna.
Oh, can I? Well then, Sam will finish up the set. Look at the band, and as they enjoyed it, and sort of the crowd, and probably shake hands with Johnny for the opportunity to play it, obviously. And yeah, let's have that kind of sounds good to me.
And
I would presume that Johnny would actually say like, "Hey, here's our information. We're staying at the hotel, or no, they live probably in town." He's like, "Here's my number. Like, ring me up. Let's talk," kind of thing.
Yeah. So maybe another white die. So beyond just performing well, like actually advancing that need. So having the satisfaction of your need at, like within your hands. I mean, it'll probably slip through your fingers, but at least you have a moment of achievement of your goal. Cool. Any other resolution points? I mean, Laura and Juliet, without being named, you've been described in a song. All the secrets are out.
I guess it could be a black die then, because like everything's kind of spilling. But at the same time, for Laura at least, it's just gonna make her feel a little more. I don't know what the right word is, like impulsive or dangerous. If all of her laundry is gonna be aired, she's gonna air everyone else's.
Okay.
It wants to have a chat with Johnny, or no, Johnny, Sam. That may or may not involve violence.
Okay.
Perfect. I love this. Good for you, Sam. Take the fall.
Yeah. So
Sam staying on the stage.
yeah. So Laura is gonna bring everyone down with her, and Juliet's gonna take Sam down. Okay.
Oh, yeah, and Laura's gonna go for Ethel because she knows she was in the bathroom.
Right. And it's the only one that could have overheard and given the information to Sam. Perfect.
Yeah.
So Laura's gonna go after Ethel. Juliet's gonna go after Sam. So I think that's like a black die for Ethel and a black die for Sam. And then maybe I think it's probably black die all around, except for Mr. Scratch, who is enjoying all of this. Everyone's getting sort of what they want. Cool.
Scratch is a toe tapping to the tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Well, there's a lot of things that could happen at the denouement. One of which I think is probably the reaction of Torf. Because probably his dirty laundry was aired as well. So
Ethel knows exactly how he loses or wins all of his games.
Right.
Yeah, she's not very good at cheating herself, but she has a pretty good eye for who's cheating and how.
Yep. So, is there any, like specifically with regard to, so I think we have talked about all the people, all the locations, all the objects. So we don't need to tie up any of those things. But as the as the lights come up, the song is over. There's a little bit of silence. The broader audience is like amazed. They were experienced to a singular moment of just raw music and storytelling, and are probably trying to process. So there's like a little silence, and then the majority of the crowd are completely amazed. Johnny and his band are maybe a little taken aback, but are like all in on working with Sam now, because they know that Sam is the source of this magic. There are some people who are starting to stew. Is there any like specific scene? Does anyone want to call a scene before we find out how this goes terribly wrong?
Yeah, why not? So, obviously Sam is now enjoying all of this beautiful fame. It's minor fame, but to him, a lot. He'll take the small break in between playing this and the applause and such forth, to take Emily by the hand and give her a kiss.
Oh.
And just kind of thank her for always being there for him.
Which of course everyone sees.
Of course.
Okay.
That's just a small scene. That's it.
Okay.
Nothing needs to be done.
A little bit. Well, we need to assign
Of course, that. But
outcomes.
yes.
What do we think is the outcome of Sam triumphantly kissing Emily?
Laura hates this.
Yeah, Laura's
Black die.
Yeah.
He just put a target on himself doing that
Yeah.
in Laura's eyes.
I think probably Laura gets a black die because that further enrages Laura, and Sam gets a black die because it paints a target on Sam.
I have a question. I don't know if it's a question or not, but can I say that Juliet gets a black die and like sneaks over to like where Thorfilton's goons are and just like swipes a gun off one of them?
Yeah. So one of the what? Yeah. So almost like a background, like a pulling focus. We see Sam and Emily sharing an embrace, and Laura just fuming. And then pull focus, and there's Juliet sneaking her hand into someone's jacket, pulling out a gun.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely wanting to use it against Sam.
Do we think that's a white die or a black die?
For
Black die?
Juliet, a white die.
Yeah, I think it's a white die for Juliet. It's a net positive. It's a thing. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible thing, but it's a net positive for Juliet.
Okay.
Cool. I think Ethel gets a white die. Partly because you finished the song. And in that, there's a moment of clarity. And you see that Torf and the goons' attention is just like Juliet has noticed that they aren't paying attention. You see that valise with all the cash that Torf brought. And while you may not be paid more than $10 for the song that you wrote, you're pretty sure you can walk out with a whole suitcase full of cash.
For sure.
At least there's an opportunity. The dice will tell us.
Exactly.
Cool. I think I think Mr. Stitch probably puts his hand on the stick, just in case he needs to knock some heads. But
surely that won't happen.
Yeah, but as more, we'll say Mr. Stitch pours himself a drink and sits back to watch the fireworks. So we have lots of wild die, ways that we can, as players, stack the deck for or against. So assign them out.
I am gonna give all 2 of my wild dice to Sam as black dice.
Yep.
He wrote a song about me, and he kissing my cousin who I hate.
Yep.
And I will say, for people watching, if you want to do any boons or banes, now's the time, because we're going to throw them on
Yep.
at the end here. We'll do our wild dice first, but if you have anything else you want to add on, we'll figure that out here.
Yep. Cool. So that's Laura. Sam, you want to pay Laura back?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'll use my 6 dice though.
Okay.
Not all at once. I will give two white dice to Mr. Scratch for helping out Sam in his quest for recognition. But also, I mean, the song's name's the Brimstone, so
yeah,
gives it back. So I will give one to Juliet as a white die for keeping Emily safe. And I'll give 2 white dice to Ethel for helping out with the song and believing in Sam.
All right.
And that'll be it. I'll keep the last.
Perfect. How about you, Juliet?
I was just, I don't know. Can I give all 3 of my wild dice to Mr. Scratch as black dice to just cause chaos?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Sure.
He's looking too pretty sitting there with 7.
Sure, that's fine. The house always wins. Ethel.
I'm gonna give 2 white dice to Laura and Juliet for helping me give me inspiration for this song.
You're welcome,
and-
Misha.
Yeah, thanks. I added those in, and then I'll give 2 white dice to Sam for doing the song. I got you too. Sorry.
Cool. All right. Well, I think I think Sam should get 3 white die for just the memory of achieving that moment. And just the acceptance and validation as a writer and creator. Even though it was stolen. I don't think that matters to Sam. And then I think Ethel gets 2 white die. Because I think Ethel is, if she can make it away with the money, is in a better place than anyone. Because she's not being blamed for anything. She's given up some of the connection to the past. Like that might be a forward step for her.
Learned a new skill.
Yeah.
Eavesdropping.
Well,
I mean, listen, that's part of the skill. The other part's writing it down. It's very important.
and Ethel has the pen.
I do have the pen.
So, does anyone have any other die? No more wild die? All right, well, let's get a status. Cool. Let's just go through them in order. We'll say majors you can take yourself, and minors you can give to someone else. I think that's what I had in my head. And this is just going to be whoever gets to it first. I am going to, since I'm talking, I am going to use one of the major boons to add a white die for me. I'll just keep taking them all if someone else doesn't jump in.
I'll take a major boon for myself as a white die.
I'll take a major boon for myself as a white die. Quick.
All right.
Take a major bane as a black die.
I'll also take a major bane as a black die.
And you said the minor banes.
You have to hand out.
Okay.
We've got 4 boons, 2 minor banes.
I hand a boon white die to Sam.
Okay.
I will hand a white die to Juliet. Can I do 2, or does it have to be 1?
We'll rotate it around.
Oh,
Give someone else a chance to claim it.
yeah. Then I'll give 1 to Juliet.
Okay.
I'll hand a minor bane to Laura. So black die.
I'll give a minor boon to Laura.
I'll give a minor bane to Laura. Which I think that zeroes this out, because I think I missed a minor boon.
Cool.
Cool. Now we should be zeroed out. So chat has had an opportunity to help to tilt it further one way or the other with our assistance. So awesome. Thanks for that. Now we have a lot of dice rolling to do. So in this moment, the action freezes. Like maybe Torf and his goons are getting... and Laura's like, I'm going to burn this whole place down. Excellent. Ethel's like, I'm just going to go grab that money and get the heck out of here. Sam is basking in the glory. He's got his girl on his arm and he's got a job in the future. His life's about to change. Juliet has had all of her dirty laundry aired, has nothing left to lose, and has an iron in her hand. So, roll them, total them, subtract them, and then we'll see what we got. Unlike last time, this is the fate. Yeah, this is like individual fate. I need to grab a bunch of D6s. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Ooh. I'm sure this is super boring for you in chat, but we have to math now.
Don't worry, it's a lot of math. It's very exciting. I got my numbers, so I'll just say them to fill some time. So I rolled 46 on 13 white dice. I rolled 23 on my 8 black dice, so it's a 23 white.
Ooh.
You can get that money and run.
Yeah, you are. Wait.
Laura ended with 35 black.
With a whopping 53 rolled on 13 black dice, I might add.
Yep,
Oh, wow.
I rolled high.
Cool.
These are numbers you like to see when you're rolling like Fireball or something.
Right?
Yeah,
Well, Fireball may actually be the end. We'll see.
I said I don't care who's in the circle. I cast Fireball.
Exactly. No, I don't have Careful Spell or whatever it is. Everyone's going up. All right. What'd you get there, Sin? Juliet, I mean? Looks like you got 8 black. No, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. That's impressive. You rolled low on the 14 black dice.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat got 20 white.
That I did.
Well done. Okay. So we know that in general, things turn out fairly well for Sam and Ethel. Things turn out a little bit well / kind of neutral for Mr. Scratch, which is exactly how it should be. And things turn out not great for Juliet and terrible for Laura. So, good news, nobody dies. Because death is net zero.
Oh.
So, everyone with black, and because death's the easy way out. Death should actually be like at the 10 to 20 positive. But no one gets the easy way out. So, what this means is that for Ethel and for Sam, you achieve your need is met, but you are changed by it forever. You can never go back to the way things were. So think of it like it's literally you get everything that you wanted, but the costs that you hadn't counted on shape the rest of your life. For Juliet, you are prevented from achieving your goal and have to live with the frustration of having that taken away from you. And that has a long-term negative consequence on the rest of your life. And
You'll never get a vacation.
Yeah. And for Laura, your life is a living hell. You yearn for what used to be what you thought of as the worst days of your life. What you used to think is about the worst things about life would be heaven now. So, first let's talk about what actually happens to set this up, and then we'll do individual character vignettes. So, is there a gunfight?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Torf and crew decide these people need to be silenced.
Here's what happened. It's probably everyone's listening to the end of the performance. There's the applause. Ethel sees the briefcase and goes like, they're all distracted. Picks it up, takes her notebook, pen, and the case, and just books it out of town. Torf and the gang eventually, when they're done with the applause, notice the missing cash. Maybe don't quite place that Ethel is the one who's left. Maybe start, roughing people up and asking questions. I already know some people were going to ask other people's questions during this. So it probably just escalates from there. Full-on gunfight situation. I mean, Juliet got a gun.
Yes. So they notice the missing cash. They jump to the accurate conclusion that someone who was involved in the game noticed that they took their eyes off the prize and has taken it. But maybe they don't quite, in that moment, don't quite have the patience to figure out who's not there. Or maybe they just don't suspect Ethel. Cool. Let's do Laura. So you have an agenda. How does that go horribly, horribly wrong for you?
Maybe at this lovely establishment tonight, because we have, Johnny is performing and we got this lovely thing. There is a cop who is not crooked, who is hearing all of this information about everyone and is kind of piecing together some of the more prominent figures or something that, he recognizes. And so that kind of leads into the vignette, I guess.
What do you think about this? Your intent was to confront Emily and Sam, right?
Yeah.
And Emily has
Emily, Sam, and Ethel.
And Ethel has wisely absented herself. And Emily has that manila envelope.
Yeah.
So maybe you go and as you're confronting, you rip it away from her. But instead of getting it away, the papers all fly everywhere.
Yeah.
Accumulated evidence about all of your crooked deals and the people you've had disappear just lands in everyone's lap. And there's at least one person in the audience who is not crooked. Maybe is here to keep an eye on Juliet. But now has extensive evidence of all of your malfeasance. And you don't realize it in that moment because you're just laser focused.
Yeah.
Sam, how are you? How does this end with you not being shot? Or you couldn't be shot. You're just not going to die.
Yeah, I think that in the surrounding chaos of the money being taken, the goons are kind of getting itchy trigger fingers. But they're not really sure who to pull on, who to do what. Juliet just wants her vengeance, so she's going to pull and shoot at Sam. Which will in turn make the goons all pull out their guns and possibly shoot towards her or whoever they want to, I guess. Whoever Torf tells them to.
Yes. So, Juliet. I mean, that makes sense why this goes wrong for you.
Yeah. I had something like this in my head. Yeah, Juliet pulls out the gun, aims it at Sam, and fires it, except somebody gets in the way. And is it okay if Torfelton gets in the way and is shot? And that's how it goes terribly, terribly wrong for Juliet. Because Torfelton is a big guy in the thingy, so that looks like a hero. Sort of. I don't know. And so
Yes.
by doing this, it's like, oh, you did a good job. You're a good cop. You're never getting a vacation because you know, work all the time.
What about a twist on that?
Okay.
The person that gets in the way is Emily.
Yeah.
Okay.
But everyone assumes that Torf and his crew are the ones that shot. Because you know Emily was gonna like take you away on a vacation, right? And so the fact that you accidentally kill her, but don't suffer the blame, like you can't go on a vacation anymore. So maybe there's a blend between, so you're lined up, the camera sees you and you're just laser focused and you aim just as Emily goes to maybe to protect Sam from Laura, worried about what Laura is going to do, and steps in the way. And then there's a very dramatic as she falls back onto the stage. People scream. And that gunfire is what releases Torf and the goons. And they just start firing indiscriminately. Largely, I mean, they're gangsters, so they turn towards where the gunshot came from and begin just peppering the bar, the crowd, you. I'm going to say you probably get hit, but not enough to kill you because death is the easy way out. All right, firefight ensues. Ethel probably hears the gun going off, gunfire going off behind her, but she's just like, I've got this suitcase full of cash. I'm booking it for the train station. Sam is caught up in Emily slowly dying at his feet, having unwittingly sacrificed her life to save yours. But some part of you knows that's probably going to make a good song. Laura being tackled by plainclothes police officer who is, you think at first, oh good, finally someone's going to protect me. as the bullets fly, until you see that in his hand is wadded up all the evidence against you. I think Mr. Scratch just ducks behind the bar.
Maybe clubs a couple people who get too close.
Yeah. But for him, it's kind of neutral. So, it is an undetermined amount of time later. We probably get one establishing shot of old-timey police cars pulling up, cops coming in. Torf and his gang are dead or wounded. Juliet is a hero for having stopped these gangsters and having killed Torf, and no one suspects, because ballistics aren't a thing, really. No one really suspects that you shot poor Emily in the back. But Juliet knows. And is probably put on some sort of Untouchables-esque team to deal with organized crime, which is great for your career, but it also makes it very difficult to stay corrupt. So Juliet probably has to, but so sometime forward where the physical wounds have healed, to the extent that anyone had physical wounds, how do we close how does the camera last see each of the characters in accordance with the final roles? Let's end on the highest note. So I propose we do Ethel last. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of time after the events at the night at the Brimstone, and Laura is sitting in an interrogation room with her lawyer team, and all the evidence is on the table in front of her. Everything they have basically against her. And then she, going through that, listening to her legal team. But then I don't know how bad endings have to be.
I think as long as Laura's life is a living hell forever. Because that was a terribly bad result. A net 35 black. So it's the worst you can imagine. To the extent that death would be a relief.
Okay. Basically, she's looking at a very long time in prison. Knowing how spiteful I made this character, though, she's trying to bring anyone and everyone down with her, including her current husband, who is another politician who did a lot of the dirtier things, because she does try to keep her hands clean, but is at least accountable for the money and hitmen and kidnapping, stuff like that. But so she's basically looking at life in prison.
Which isn't that bad.
Oh, well, but like,
what if?
Yes.
And we can help each other out.
Good.
What if you're broken out? Like, between being found guilty on all charges and your sentencing, your husband has some of his people break you out. Yay. But he's going to disappear you, just the way you disappeared Emily.
Oh, yeah.
And you wind up in the same roach-infested apartment above the Italian restaurant. Can't leave. You're just stashed away for the rest of your life.
Yes.
Because at least in prison, you get to like meet people and hang out, and they can.
that's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just like you're stuck away in a dirty little corner, and always knowing that you could have had it all.
Yeah.
You could have, just that one big mark. You could have been set up. You could have had the power, and now you'll never have it again.
Can I add something to her misery?
Yeah.
As she's kind of droning, and all these things are coming to her mind that she wants vengeance, but she's out and she's trying to be grateful and all this stuff. Say the radio's on and a song plays, a perfect song to just tie up her mind.
Yep.
The Brimstone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Insult to injury. It's a great song. And
I'm all for this.
and one of the reasons it's a great song is because the villain got her comeuppance in the end. Love it. Love it. Who's next?
It'd be Juliet.
Okay, Juliet.
Yeah. So Juliet has been put onto kind of a special ops team, sort of high ranking, kind of like the prestigious of the ranks or whatever, but they're also watched very closely to make sure they're doing good as one should. So it's hard to be corrupt in that sense. And there's a lot of work for them, so little to no free time. Wouldn't say that Juliet was ever arrested because that could be low-key vacation time. And so can't have that. So it's just her working. This ending scene, we just see her training with her team, like running laps, like at the firing range or whatever, just working out. She's like exhausted, very tired, but like just wanting a vacation, but it's never in reach.
Yep. And always like thirsty for ice cold vodka and that special frosted crystal glass, that anticipatory relief. And you don't have time for it.
No.
There's no relief. So not a terrible end. Would be a great end for anyone but Juliet.
Yep.
And maybe the fact that every day you're reminded of your heroism and your standing and your promotion and how important your work is just makes it that much worse.
Yeah, and the commanding officer of their team, whenever they're working out, the song that they just love to play on repeat is the Brimstone.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't quite understand why it is that you get super frustrated every time it plays. Lovely.
They're like, oh, you're so good at the firing range whenever this song is on.
Right.
Like,
Nothing but headshots.
it's like, yeah, I'm just picturing the songwriter's head. It's fine. She wouldn't actually say that.
But we see the interior landscape.
Yeah.
So neutral for Mr. Scratch. So Mr. Scratch winds up pretty much where he started. I think the scene is. Oh. I think the scene is the Brimstone, but it's a different Brimstone. It has some familiarities, but the layout is different. The crowd is different. Maybe we hear in the chatter that the accent is different. Like maybe it's down south or something. And Mr. Stitch is just kind of looking around intently at everyone, absently fingering this box with a special kind of inlay on it. Just kind of curiously looking around, pleasant smile on his face. We don't ever see but there's a figure kind of in the corner, very tall figure. The light seems to not want to hit this figure, so we don't know if it's a man or a woman, but there's definitely a presence. No one else seems to notice. But we hear kind of an androgynous voice say, "Stitch, pay attention." And then, it's carelessness like that earned you another 100 years. Here's what I need you to do. And then we fade. And there's a little scent of brimstone in the air. So Ethel, where is Ethel?
Why are you skipping me?
Oh, sorry. Where is Sam?
It's because you don't like me.
It's true.
Sam is camera probably zooms into a small kind of studio type of thing. Johnny's band and Sam are there signing contracts. They shake with a record deal. Obviously, the Brimstone being their number one attraction across various cities and places. And as they walk out, Johnny will turn to Sam and ask him if he's got any other possible hits, that he can take a look at. And Sam will take him back to the bus and get on with him and show him a couple sheets of music with some scrawlings of possible names that are in parentheses. Sam doesn't say much. The camera just lingers on a couple of them. One says Emily. One says Ethel. And one says Juliet.
Maybe we flash a little bit further forward.
Sure.
To later. Sam made a name for himself, but was never able to recapture the magic of that one song. It got you a job, it got you into the business. But everything after that was competent and probably made some money, but will always be remembered, and we're talking 20 years in the future as an old man. The one thing people will remember you for is the song that you didn't write. Ethel.
I think you would cut to probably a small house, and you put in on a desk of obviously someone's like writing room. And this house is probably somewhere in LA or whatever, where script writers, songwriters, etc. would be needed.
Oh, yep. Cat's like, nope.
All right. Yep, my cat got up and it ruined all the stuff. So she went there to a house in LA, scriptwriter stuff. You zoom in on a desk and it's covered in lots of written pages, a variety of different scripts of songs, whatever. There's a typewriter with a title of something pretentious and the next great American novel or whatever underneath it. And obviously the gold pen is still there. And you see Ethel, she's just writing away. Obviously she used that money to get a house, find some jobs, realize she can write apparently, so you might as well use that skill. People will accept women's writers. You might have to write under a pen name from time to time, but it worked out. It worked out all right. There's probably some evidence somewhere that she doesn't out as much because Torf's old gang probably got a new leader, probably still looking for people who caused trouble and where their money went. So she's not really going out and playing games or gambling. Like, there's still cards around on her deck, but they aren't used, and there's still that longing of, oh man, I remember when he used to hit back and go play games and gamble money away. But well, at least she's living comfortably now, so she has that going for her.
Yeah. She has a career. She's independent. She has money. But certainly at this time, the mob was very present in Hollywood.
Yeah.
So let's say Ethel has to, not only as a woman, probably has to assume a pseudonym to be successful and work through agents and intermediaries. But also, it's not safe. Like, you write a hit movie and, it's Lana Turner or someone, and there's a big premiere. And maybe we see, because it can be a series of it, maybe we see a scene of Ethel in a little cloche hat and a little raincoat, kind of back behind the riffraff, watching as everyone else gets the glory for all of her work, and having to turn down every opportunity to actually enjoy and celebrate your success. Because what if the mob are there? What if they find out that your success was built on stealing from them? So you're very, very independent, but also very alone. And you traded your freedom for independence and money. But that was your need, and you got it met.
Exactly. And as she writes, the song on the radio plays one night at the Brimstone.
Yep. Cool. So, no one died. The place didn't burn down. It could have. Just a lot of lives were ruined, including those who got what they wanted. As it should be. Mr. Scratch is totally fine. He just needs to do another 100 years. No big. He's been doing this stuff since it was loot players in a tavern. So what's another couple hundred years, couple hundred souls? No big deal.
Was it a lute or a fiddle?
Well, fiddle came later.
Oh.
Yeah. It goes way back to loot times. Back in the old country.
Mm-hmm.
So, cool. Well, that is inspired by Fiasco, has some of the same kind of narrative structures, but if you want to learn to play classic Fiasco, go buy the book and plan to play it with friends at a table, because there's a lot of writing on pieces of paper and moving dice around. Or there is the new edition that is a little bit streamlined, that is card-based, I believe. You can actually play that on Roll20. There's a Roll20 add-in that enables you to do the cards. I don't love that version, and I don't love Roll20. So decided to just kind of go, let's streamline it down. So but that was more or less kind of how Fiasco sort of runs, with, if you ignore some of the mechanics. A GM-less game of collaborative storytelling where things go horribly wrong, or sometimes right, but even then they go wrong, because it's a fiasco. And no one walks away without being permanently affected. So thanks everyone for coming and joining and having a fun time on a Sunday morning, making up a fun story together. None of us had a clue where this was going to go. And no one but me had a clue about the mechanics. And I think it turned out to be a really interesting story that was cohesive. And we had character arcs and logical progression and lots of discoveries and trauma, which is what it's ultimately about. So cool. Well, good job. Well done, everyone. Let's do the thing we do where we introduce ourselves, let everyone know who you are, where they can find you, and where you might be seen next. We'll go reverse order this time, starting with Misha.
All right. I am Misha, or Misha_less_than3 here on Twitch. You can find me on Twitter at Misha Weha. That's Misha with a WEHA at the end, where I tweet about WoW. a lot. So I think next I'm going to be for Star Trek, assuming that's still happening this Tuesday. So that should be fun. And then I think it's what's it? The Academy one.
Oh, Pioneer Academy Pep Club.
Yeah, exactly that one coming up later in May.
Excellent.
All right. Down to Sin.
Hi, I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream on Twitch at points in time. Yeah. But currently is May, and the thing going around the artist corner is Mermaid, where you draw mermaids every single day. So I'm gonna be posting a lot of mermaids on the Instagrams. So if you want to check that out, head over to Instagram and check out Not Art. That's RNOTTART. And that's where you can find all my mermaids. Yeah. The next time you'll see me here will be Thursday for Stargate, and I'll be playing Poe with his gun, Tato. Yeah. And after that is Sasha the Vampire Slayer at some point. I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah. Back when.
Hey, I'm the back when I stream on Twitch. I'll be live on Tuesday night, maybe Monday night if I feel well. Tuesday night I'll be playing some more Hidden Deep, which is a horror game inspired by The Thing, Aliens, and Half-Life. Next time you'll see me on C+ content will be for Fallout, I believe. As long as that's scheduled correctly. It should be on the 19th. And then after that, I believe I have Space Scrappers on the 24th. And then I have one that's not scheduled yet. But, yeah. Katie?
Hello, I'm Katie. I sometimes stream on Twitch, but mostly just hang out. Next time you see me will be later this month, like Backwin said, for Space Scrappers, which will be with Sin, Backwin, and Hatter, which I'm really excited for. And yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. And I am Zero Daylight. I completely forgot to wear the fez all night long, so I'll put it on now. Man, whatever. So yeah, I figured Mr. Scratch probably wears a fez. So I stream here a couple times a week, often running, but sometimes playing if someone else is kind enough to step in and run the game, or a game like this where there is no GM. I think everyone has mentioned most of the stuff that's coming up next. If you are curious about our schedule, or like when I have conversation about stuff, provide feedback, share pictures of your dice and your book collections, and talk about favorite IPs like Stargate and Star Wars and Star Trek and you name it, head on over to community.cpluscontent.tv, which is our Discord. Join us, chime into the conversation. Make suggestions about games that you like that maybe we haven't heard of. If you haven't picked up on it, we tend to run smaller games that are less well known and that are connected by the fact that they tend to be more cinematic and narrative than crunchy dice-based systems, although we sometimes stray. You can also, if you don't already and you are here, you should probably hit that follow button on the Twitch or the subscribe button on YouTube, so you can be notified when there's new stuff coming, either live or in recording. Definitely head over to cpluscontent.tv, our YouTube channel. If you don't, hit that alert bell so that you can be notified, because everything we broadcast live here shows up over there at about 24 hours later. And you can check our back catalog of spooky stuff and sci-fi stuff and fantasy stuff and one-shots ranging from everyone playing themselves in zombie apocalypse to everyone pretending to be like super ridiculous space cowboy style folks to everyone being in a noirish kind of everything goes poorly for everyone sort of one shot, and all the stuff in between. So we definitely love you to join us over there. So cool. We should probably go rate someone, and it should be Juice.
Yay!
I'm just going to call it. So drop those in. Thanks, Mish. I figure everyone's heading over there anyway, if you're not already there. And it looks like it's working. Cool. So I'll just wait until that fills up and we'll take us over there. Cool. Thank you, Katie. This is the first time playing with us. I know you've been in, you've played with other people
Yes,
at the table,
thank you
but
guys for hosting and having.
absolutely. You're welcome back anytime. Cool. And thanks everyone else for playing. Thanks everyone else for showing up and chiming in chat. And we will see you all very, very soon. Bye, everybody.